Minister be at the United Nations Ocean Conference? 𝗲𝗲𝗲𝗲.
Son Altesse Sérénissime, Madame la Ministre, Madame la Maire, Monsieur le Vice-président, Excellencies, I'm Ashok, and I work for the ocean and preparing the UN Ocean Conference, 𝗲𝗏. This young lady you heard, I don't know if she's here finally, is 𝗲𝗍𝗍, a professional surfer from Tahiti, and she made this message especially for us this morning. We are so honored to have been carried by Oceano Azul Foundation and its chairman. We'll listen to him later. Thank you to Bloomberg for your support from now till the 𝗲𝗏 and all what's going to come later. Thank you to the two museums who are welcoming us here, and thank you all of you, because you're all, and we are all partners in this endeavor, which is the third UN Ocean Conference. Madame la Maire, Madame Anne Hidalgo, the floor is yours, and I know you're going to speak French, because we have to alternate French and English in this meeting, and you are also the president of l'Association des maires francophones. The floor is yours, and thank you for having us in Paris.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Cher Antonio Costa, Monsieur le Président de la Commission européenne, cher Prince Albert, Monseigneur, très heureuse de vous avoir parmi nous. Je veux aussi, bien sûr, saluer tout particulièrement le vice-président Al Gore qui nous honore de sa présence et nous lui devons tant. Saluer également Michelle Bachelet, présidente, 2 fois présidente du Chili et aussi une éminente grande responsable aux Nations Unies. Et puis saluer tous nos amis ici présents, bien sûr Madame la Ministre, Monsieur le Commissaire européen, et puis mon collègue, cher Christian Estrosi, Monsieur le maire de Nice. Welcome to Paris. This city is yours. And we love you because you are fighting for climate change and today for the oceans. For centuries, humanity has acted as if seas and oceans were endless resources able to feed us and take all our wastes. But it is not. Today, the marine environment is at risk. We know that, as are the ecosystem services it delivers. The ocean supplies us with the oxygen we need to breathe and ensure global food security. It is our greatest ally to combat climate change. We know that. Saving the oceans means saving ourselves. But the list of threats to the ocean is endless. Human activity causes pollution in many forms, in many seas. Fish stocks are now overexploited. There's 3 global crises. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution are seriously damaging our oceans and our life. Action is not making progress at the speed of on the scale we need to achieve SDG 14. We must act fast with ambition and boldness. Mes chers amis, permettez-moi de passer en français parce que nous sommes en France et à Paris et que le français est aussi une langue internationale. Je le revendique. Paris, quel est son rapport avec la mer et les océans? Paris est une des grandes capitales mondiales, une des rares grandes capitales mondiales à ne pas avoir une façade maritime. Nous n'avons pas un accès direct à la mer et aux océans. Ce qui peut être une anomalie, tant la plupart des grandes capitales mondiales se sont construites évidemment dans un rapport à la mer. C'est la géographie de notre planète et c'est son économie, nous le savons. Mais en fait, Paris a une fenêtre sur la mer. Sa fenêtre, c'est la Seine. Parce que notre fleuve, comme tous les fleuves, nous raccroche à la mer et aux océans. nous avons fait de ce rapport à la Seine, ici à Paris, un enjeu majeur. Nous avons décidé, il y a déjà de nombreuses années, un peu plus de 10 ans, de dépolluer cette rivière, non seulement pour nous permettre de vivre mieux, de permettre à la faune et à la flore de ce fleuve de se développer, mais pour aussi contribuer à la défense et à la dépollution des océans. Si les rivières sont dépolluées, alors nous avons une contribution majeure aussi pour que les océans retrouvent leur biodiversité et tout simplement leur vie qui est nécessaire aussi à notre vie parce qu'il n'y a pas de différence entre la vie des océans et la vie sur Terre. Nous sommes une seule et même planète et des espèces qui toutes en découlent, nous y compris. Nous avons engagé ce travail et ce travail, beaucoup nous disaient c'est impossible. C'est un rêve. Et je disais, oui, c'est mon rêve d'enfant de pouvoir me baigner dans la Seine. Parce que c'est une rivière et que tous les enfants ont envie de se baigner dans les rivières, qu'elles soient petites ou grandes, ou se baigner aussi dans la mer. Et nous avons entrepris ce travail il y a plusieurs années et nous avons été dans ce travail soutenu et accéléré. Nous l'avons fait avec l'État et je veux remercier le président de la République d'avoir, lorsque nous nous sommes engagés sur les Jeux olympiques et paralympiques, d'avoir soutenu cette ambition. Nous avons décidé de dépolluer la Seine pour en faire à nouveau un espace qui soit totalement sain. Et nous avons réussi. Vous savez quoi? Nous avons réussi. Il y a 30 ans, on comptait 3 espèces de poissons dans la Seine. Il y en a plus de 30 aujourd'hui. Plus de 30 aujourd'hui. Et nous sommes aujourd'hui en mesure de pouvoir nous baigner. Se baigner, ce n'est pas simplement être dans quelque chose d'agréable et de joyeux. C'est une contribution écologique. Et permettez-moi de vous dire que nous avons conçu cette contribution écologique non pas comme quelque chose que nous perdrions. Souvent, on nous dit l'écologie va nous conduire à avoir moins de confort. Si nous faisons ceci, nous allons perdre, par exemple, en mobilité ou je ne sais quoi. En fait, non. Nous avons voulu que l'écologie soit aussi un plus pour nous tous et pour nous toutes. L'écologie rime avec un meilleur confort, un meilleur rapport à la nature, et c'est ce que nous avons fait. Je voulais vous le dire ici, et nous n'avons pas terminé ce travail, puisque en lien d'ailleurs avec la conférence sur les océans, nous avons décidé de donner un statut, de protéger la Seine et de lui donner un statut juridique, comme une personne qui pourrait se défendre. Nous avons entrepris ce travail et nous allons, là, au mois de mai, convoquer une convention citoyenne, c'est-à-dire que les citoyens parisiens vont pouvoir se pencher sur ce statut parce que oui, et je vais conclure là-dessus, il faut protéger la nature. La protéger comme il nous faut protéger les océans avec des aires marines protégées dans lesquelles il n'y ait pas d'activité humaine pour permettre la reconstitution de cette ressource naturelle absolument essentielle à notre vie et donc engagé depuis Paris, depuis la ville de l'accord de Paris qui célèbre cette année ses 10 ans, je vous le dis, Paris est une ville océane, Paris est une ville engagée pour la protection des aires marines, Paris est une ville engagée pour nos océans et nos mers, parce que notre vie en dépend. Merci à vous.
Bravo, merci beaucoup, Madame la maire, merci beaucoup. Il est assis à côté du maire de Nice, président de la métropole, et je le salue également, la ville haute de l'UNOC. C'est le président du Conseil européen, Monsieur Antonio Costa, et je vous appelle à la tribune.
Eh bien, bonjour, on va rester en français. Altesse Sérénissime, Madame la ministre, Madame la maire, Monsieur le maire, Madame la présidente du Chili, Monsieur le vice-président, Monsieur le président de Fundação Oceano Azul, Madame et Messieurs, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi d'être ici à Paris. Ah, Monsieur le commissaire, mais je m'excuse. D'être ici à Paris pour une discussion ainsi aussi importante dans la perspective d'une 3e conférence des Nations Unies sur les océans qui se tiendra à Nice en juin prochain et sera organisée par la France et la Costa Rica. Je tiens à remercier tout particulièrement le président Macron pour son engagement résolu en faveur de la santé et de la gouvernance des océans, suivant une trajectoire cohérente de l'Union européenne, que l'Union européenne suit également depuis les premiers jours. Je souhaite également remercier la Fondation Oceano Azul d'avoir organisé cet événement démontrant le rôle fondamental de la société civile, de la science et de la coopération internationale pour aborder un sujet de la plus haute importance. Il y a plus d'un siècle, Jules Verne écrivait « La mer est tout ». Pourtant, nous, êtres humains, un bon animal terrestre, choisissons d'être longtemps d'ignorer cette vérité. Nous avons même appelé notre planète la Terre, alors que ce sont en fait les océans qui couvrent la majeure partie de sa surface, façonnant son climat et permettant la plupart des formes de vie d'y exister. Le moment est venu de changer le cap. Nous ne pouvons plus tourner le dos aux océans, parce que les océans sont avant tout un bien commun de l'humanité. Ils captent 90% de l'excédent de chaleur généré par les activités humaines. Ils abritent 80% de la biodiversité mondiale. Ils produisent 50% de l'oxygène que nous respirons. Et ils absorbent 25% de nos émissions de dioxyde de carbone. En ce qui concerne le commerce et l'économie, 90% des marchandises dans le monde sont transportées par voie maritime et 99% de nos transferts de données et de nos communications transitent par des câbles sous-marins. Nous devons donc protéger les océans et les mettre en avant en tant que bien mondiaux. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Europe est née de la mer, a tissé des liens à travers elle et se montrera unie pour la protéger. Il y a 10 jours seulement, animés par à juste titre d'un sentiment d'urgence, les 27 dirigeants de l'Union européenne ont abordé ces sujets pour la première fois au Conseil européen avec le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, 𝗬𝗏 𝗏. Et pour la première fois, les dirigeants européens sont parvenus à des conclusions très ambitieuses sur les océans. Premièrement, les conclusions du Conseil européen de biodiversité. Le déclin de la santé des océans et le changement climatique rendent notre population et notre économie de plus en plus vulnérables à leurs effets. Pour faire face à ces effets, l'Union européenne est à l'avant-garde en matière de protection de la biodiversité, tout en capitalisant sur ces vastes ressources marines. Afin de contribuer à parvenir à sa neutralité climatique d'ici à 2050, y compris un objectif zéro émission dans le transport maritime qui créera l'opportunité d'emploi dans les domaines des technologies vertes et réduira la dépendance à l'égard des combustibles fossiles. L'action pour le climat doit comprendre une action en faveur des océans, ce qui est pour nous une priorité. D'autres se sont fixés comme priorité aller sur la Lune ou sur Mars. L'Europe, elle doit considérer l'océan comme une cause et une mission pour 2050. Deuxièmement, un océan en bonne santé est essentiel à un avenir durable, sûr et compétitif pour l'Union européenne. La sécurité et la prospérité de l'Europe dépendent d'une approche stratégique et globale en ce qui concerne les océans. C'est la raison pour laquelle le Conseil européen s'est félicité, dans ses conclusions, de l'intention de la Commission européenne et du commissaire 𝗏𝗏 qui est parmi nous, de présenter le mois prochain le pacte européen pour les océans qui prévoit une approche intégrée en matière de gouvernance, de protection et de durabilité économique des océans. Nous disposons de la plus grande zone économique exclusive au monde, y compris les territoires d'outre-mer et les régions ultra-périphériques qui abritent 80% énergétique et la sécurité alimentaire de l'Union dépendent aussi toutes des océans. Au total, 80% des Européens vivent dans des régions côtières qui génèrent environ 40% du PIB de l'Union européenne. L'économie bleue emploie presque 4 millions de personnes dans l'Union européenne, dans le secteur de la pêche, des activités portuaires, la construction et la réparation navale, du tourisme, l'énergie océanique et le transport maritime. Les océans jouent également un rôle central dans la production d'énergie, dans le développement des parcs éoliens à la mer et la récupération de l'énergie des marées et des vagues. 75% de notre commerce extérieur et 40% de notre commerce intérieur sont maritimes. Notre marché intérieur est le deuxième marché mondial des produits de la pêche et de l'aquaculture. En termes de commerce, sont indispensables pour préserver nos intérêts en mer, y compris la liberté de navigation et l'approvisionnement en matériaux essentiels. La protection de nos activités économiques, de nos citoyens et de nos infrastructures doit être un composant essentiel de notre approche stratégique et globale en matière d'océan. Troisièmement, l'Union européenne est fermement engagée à faire progresser la diplomatie des océans, animée par un sentiment d'urgence, un souci de cohérence et un esprit d'ambition. Nous sommes convenus de protéger 30% de nos terres, de nos eaux et de nos mers d'ici à 2030 dans le contexte du cadre mondial de la biodiversité. Nous avons aussi un rôle décisif dans la conclusion du traité sur la haute mer. Il est temps à présent de procéder à sa ratification et à sa mise en œuvre. Dans ses conclusions, le Conseil européen a appelé à une action et une ambition accrue au niveau mondial et notamment à accélérer la ratification du traité de la haute mer. L'Union européenne avance dans la bonne direction, mais il n'y a pas lieu à relâcher nos efforts. Nous devons agir plus rapidement et faire preuve d'ambition. Nous devons découvrir, préserver et mettre en valeur. Et nous devons promouvoir une approche basée sur la science au niveau mondial également. Les défis peuvent sembler vastes, aussi vastes que l'océan lui-même. Mais notre capacité à coopérer et notre détermination à faire face aux problèmes mondiaux doivent l'être tout autant. Vous pouvez compter sur l'Union européenne en tant que partenaire fiable et prévisible. Le monde a besoin de l'engagement européen et l'Europe doit se rapprocher de ses partenaires. Elle doit dialoguer avec les institutions multilatérales pour relever nos défis communs. Dialoguer avec un large réseau de partenaires afin d'éviter une confrontation entre blocs. Reconnaître que le Nord et le Sud sont tous deux pluriels. Adopter une approche scientifique, seul moyen de soutenir nos évaluations, nos décisions et nos actions. La génération qui a fermé les yeux. Soyons celle qui a choisi d'agir. J'espère vous voir toutes et tous à Nice, une très belle ville, Christian, et je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur l'ancien Premier ministre du Portugal et ancien maire de Lisbonne, donc de Paris à Lisbonne à Nice. On a véritablement une ligne toute droite tracée pour l'UNOC. So, ladies and gentlemen, he was the Nobel Prize alongside IPCC in 2007. He was the Vice President of the United States of America, and he is the founder of the Climate Reality project. Please welcome very warmly Mr. Al Gore.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you all very much. Excuse me for speaking in English. I could try my French, but it's better if I don't. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this fantastic gathering, and good luck with the conference in Nice this summer. President Costa, thank you very much. Mayor Anne Hidalgo, my longtime dear friend, President Bachelet, we have worked together for so long. I should have started with Your Serene Highness, Prince Albert of Monaco. Forgive me for violating protocol. There's so many ocean scientists and champions here. I met my friend Alexandra Cousteau on the way in, and I wanted to honor her grandfather, Jacques Cousteau, and her father, Philippe Cousteau. I worked with Jacques Cousteau 40 years ago on the Antarctic Ocean Treaty. What he meant for the ocean should be mentioned here in Paris. He was a great inspiration to me. Sylvia Earle from my country, who has been a pioneering oceanographer. Let me also, Johan Rockström, who's going to be speaking. I know I'm missing a lot of people, but I want to acknowledge Oceano Azul Foundation. I want to acknowledge the sponsors of this organization, especially Bloomberg Philanthropies, and Antha Williams is here. And I want to acknowledge Mike Bloomberg also, who makes a lot of this possible, and President Macron, who has been a supporter and whose office invited me to this. So this is not a long slideshow, it's a short slideshow, but I was asked to talk about the nexus between the climate crisis and the world ocean. First of all, let me pause on this, because this is a video from my friend, Jean-Pierre Gou, who is a Parisian. This is a video of the Earth from 1.5 million kilometers away, taken with the Discover satellite. These are available every single day, thanks to this organization in Paris. If I was going to give a slideshow, this is the one slide I would show, because it makes a powerful point, a very important point. This is the troposphere, the thin blue shell that surrounds our planet. It's blue because that's where the oxygen is, and it refracts that part of the spectrum. And it's so thin that if you could drive an automobile straight up in the air at highway speeds, you would get to the top of that blue line in about 5 to 7 minutes. You could walk it in an hour. And that is where all of the global warming pollution is crowded into it. We're spewing another 175 million tons of global warming pollution into that thin blue shell every single day. The molecules stay there on average about 100 years, so they mount up, and the accumulated amount today traps as much heat as 750,000 first-generation atomic bombs exploding every single day, 365 days a year. That is why the oceans are getting so hot. That is why last year was the hottest year ever measured. That's why the last 10 years were the hottest 10 years ever measured. And if you look at where that heat is going, 93% of it goes into the world ocean. And if you look at the comparison between the heat in the atmosphere and in the land, and the heat melting the ice, and compare it to what is in the ocean down to 2,000 meters and below, it is quite astonishing. 93% of all this heat. This is an ocean climate crisis. And astonishingly, 1/2 of all of this heat increase has been in the last 20 years. This is insane what we are doing. It is primarily a fossil fuel crisis, but I'll cover that very briefly. The water cycle beginning in the oceans with the evaporation of water into the air, the warmer air holds more water, so the atmospheric rivers come over the land. the hydrological cycle, according to the WMO, is spinning out of balance. The average atmospheric river now has as much water as 90 river Danubes. And when these rivers come over the land and the conditions trigger a downpour, we get what the scientists call rain bombs. Here is one in France that was, yeah, here we go, sorry. In Vendée. Last October, 380 municipalities in France were damaged by the flooding. This is happening all over the world. Every night on the television news is like a nature hike through the book of Revelation. There are flooding events in the news today. Now, look at the sea surface temperatures in the Mediterranean. The last 2 years have been the hottest, and on October 29th, very high temperatures sent atmospheric rivers over Valencia. And in just a few hours, a full year's worth of rain fell. It started one night, went through the day, and into the next night. 1 year's worth of rain in just a few hours. And of course, the results were catastrophic, and more than 200 people died. Also, we see cyclonic storms, hurricanes, cyclones, and typhoons getting much stronger and intensifying much more rapidly. I'll show you the temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico over the last 2 years. And in 2024, yes, the Gulf of Mexico. I'm exercising great self-discipline in what I do not say. But on September 26th, that was the formation of Hurricane Helene, which was an extremely devastating hurricane that moved up the eastern part of the United States and dropped as much water on western North Carolina and the surrounding areas as the amount of water that falls over Victoria Falls for 4.5 years. 4.5 years worth of Victoria Falls in 4 days. And again, these events are occurring all over the world. The same week this happened, an identical event virtually happened in Kathmandu, in Nepal. Now, I won't spend time on the two poles, but we have some polar explorers here who are far more expert than I. But the melting of the ice in Greenland and in Antarctica is beginning to will soon become the main driver of sea level rise. Up until this point, actually the thermal expansion of the oceans is the largest single cause of sea level rise. The melting glaciers, and of course all of the glaciers in Europe are due to disappear in this century unless we act quickly. And the ice melting will continue no matter what we do. But Greenland is presently a larger cause than Antarctica. Antarctica will surpass Greenland, and these two massive ice sheets will become the principal cause of sea level rise. The combination of sea level rise and the stronger storm surges are causing extensive damage in coastal areas all over the world, including here in Saint-Malo and Île-d'Oléron. You're seeing it everywhere. The Economist, less than 1 year ago, had this cover about a $25 trillion loss of coastal properties in the next 25 years. This is 15% of all the housing stock in the entire world because of the climate crisis and its effect on the oceans. The warmer waters are causing the disruption of the chemistry and the balance of life in the oceans. The toxic algae blooms are getting worse. So here is one in 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏. And by the way, the presence of plastic particles in the algae also makes the bacteria inhabit them more fully and makes them toxic. The dead zones result when the oxygen is consumed by the bacteria and all the oxygen is depleted in that process. And the red you see are the dead zones at the mouths of the rivers. But now one of the very troubling aspects you will see in the blue, these oxygen depleted areas are moving out into the deep ocean with catastrophic consequences. One of the most important scientific studies of the ocean ever was released just a few months ago, comparing the evolution rate of phytoplankton with the forcing mechanisms of both higher ocean temperatures and higher acidity levels. They cannot keep up. This is the base of the ocean food chain. And of course, the ocean is now 30% more acidic mainly because of our obsession with burning fossil fuels and our inability to overcome the most powerful business lobby in the history of the world, the fossil fuel lobby. The acidification is causing the potential loss of all of the shallow coral reefs in the entire world. The Great Barrier Reef has lost half of its coral cover in 30 years, and right now it is in its 5th major bleaching event in the last 8 years. The fish themselves are at risk from the higher temperatures because the waters where they spawn and have their embryonic stage are becoming too warm. This is also a serious threat. Overfishing is a catastrophe. Most of it is caused by the Chinese ocean fishing fleet. This is a picture from off the coast of Senegal. One of these high-tech trawlers can catch 5 times as much fish in one day as a village fishing fleet can catch in an entire year. And yet virtually nothing is going on to stop it. We are tracking all of the fishing fleet ships. climatetrace.org, I will show you in a moment, tracks emissions data on just about all of the large ships in the world. These are the shipping vessels with the automatic information system. These are the fishing fleets with the automatic information system. These are the dark fleets that turn off their systems. We find them anyway with artificial intelligence, and we integrate them into the whole. You can go to climatetrace.org and find this every single day. We just released our first monthly report. It will come out monthly from now on. Another member of the Climate Trace Coalition, Ocean Mind, tracks the pollution from ships. And here you can see them month by month and you can track them again at climatetrace.org. You know, one way that we could cut out 35% of all the pollution from all of the shipping in the entire world? 35% of all shipping carries coal and oil and now LNG. And you know, if we compare the amount of shipping necessary to get a unit of electricity from coal to gas to solar energy, one ship with solar, and then once they're installed, there's no fuel cost, so you can just forget about that pollution. What about plastics in the ocean? This is yet another part of the polycrisis facing our Earth's ecology. What we're seeing is that plastic particles ingested by some seabirds are now producing symptoms very similar to Alzheimer's disease. The fact that they are found in our brains as well should be cause for great concern. They raise the risk of heart attack, stroke, and death, and now they cross the blood-brain barrier, and the amount has doubled in the last 2 decades. 75%, by the way, of all petrochemical production is for more plastic. Petrochemicals is the 3rd largest market for fossil fuels. They're losing electricity generation to solar and wind and batteries. They're beginning to lose transportation to electric transportation. They're telling Wall Street and the other financial markets they're going to make it up on petrochemicals. In fact, they're projecting, this is an OECD projection, this is what has happened with plastics production so far. This is the OECD projection, a tripling of plastics production in the next 35 years. Again, I will use the word, this is insane. And those leaders who have the ability to pull levers of power must organize to stop this. We have a moment when we must change our way of thinking. We do have the solutions, and because I'm finishing now, I will not go through all of the solutions. Many of you know what they are, but they are available. The IEA says we have everything we need with proven deployment models to cut the amount of emissions by 65% in this decade, and we have a clear line of sight in how to get the remaining 35%. But again, this fossil fuel lobby is much better at capturing policymakers and politicians than at capturing emissions. This is a struggle. There is a global hegemon controlling the decision-making organizations in too many countries around this world. And we have to be candid about it. If you care about the oceans, you must take on the fossil fuel crisis. The young people are demanding it, so please use your voice and your votes and use your choices in life. Speak truth to power as if your world depends upon it. Your world does depend upon it. And one final point, if you ever doubt that we as human beings can muster sufficient political will to save the oceans and to save the climate and to save this beautiful earth, please remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Merci beaucoup.
That deserves a standing ovation for Mr. Gore, who's leaving us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yesterday night, the first sequence was to define the telos, the meaning of and the purpose of why we were here. And Jürgen Wren concluded that we had to find the pathway. And the pathway is probably with Europe, as proven by the president of the Conseil européen. And I would invite to stage European Commissioner, Mr. 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗏. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
How can I attract your attention after this amazing presentation? Yeah. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the ocean, it is really, I'm really immensely honored to be today with you. Between all these distinguished individuals at the SOS Ocean meeting in Paris, an international event bringing together global leaders on the important topic of ocean preservation. I would like to extend a warm thank you to Mr. 𝗲𝗲𝗏 and Mr. 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗏 for inviting me to this gathering on behalf of President Macron. Ten years ago, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda. Since then, it has been our plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. We all committed to transforming the world through its implementation, including its ocean-related targets. However, the state of the ocean has not improved. The ocean still faces multiple crises, from the impact of climate change and biodiversity loss to pollution and unsustainable practices. Mr. Al Gore's presentation was indicative of these challenges. So the urgency is palpable, the call to action unmistakable. The third United Nations Ocean Conference in June offers a unique platform to tackle these challenges through bold and joint action. If we want the conference in Nice to be impactful and a game changer in the way we treat and interact with the ocean, we must intensify our efforts and accelerate our actions. We in the European Union have long recognized this need and have been at the forefront of this fight, advocating for key measures on both regional and global scales, because we know that it's not enough to just talk the talk. We know that we also need to walk the walk. So we are backing up our words with concrete actions. First of all, we are advocating for the swift ratification and implementation of the 𝗖𝗍 Treaty. This crucial treaty is designed to safeguard the ocean's invaluable resources, ensuring that marine ecosystems remain vibrant and resilient for generations to come. And we have already committed 40 million euros to support the implementation of the agreement also by non-EU countries. Second, we are championing the establishment of the International Platform for Ocean Sustainability. This effort seeks to strengthen the science policy interface, empowering us through the fusion of scientific insight and policy action. Third, we are forging ahead with advancements in digital ocean systems and information services. These innovations reinforce our commitment to global ocean governance and international priorities, including Goal 14 of the United Nations SDGs and the United Nations Ocean Science Decade, the implementation of the 𝗖𝗍 Treaty and the 30 by 30 ambition. Fourth, we advocate for a precautionary approach as far as deep sea mining is concerned. And fifth, and most importantly, we are working on developing the European Ocean Pact so that we will be ready to present it during the coming UNOC. And this pact is envisioned as a collective ambition to strengthen ocean governance in an effort to protect the health of the ocean, but also enhance economic resilience and reinforce the European Union's leadership in maritime affairs, including security. And I would like to thank President Costa for his support in that perspective. We very much welcome the European Council conclusions on the ocean adopted on the 20th of March, which align with our vision. Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. In preparation for the pact, we have been engaging with our partners and many interested groups through extensive stakeholder consultations and high-level dialogues. We listened to their voices, and they reinforced our belief that we need a holistic, integrated approach, one that balances ecological sustainability, economic opportunity, and geopolitical strategy. This is why the Ocean Pact will be framed along with a number of strategic goals, including sustainable and competitive blue economy, ocean health and prosperity, maritime security, international ocean governance and ocean diplomacy, ocean research and innovation, marine knowledge, skills, and literacy. And it will be paying special attention to the resilience and opportunities for coastal communities and islands. Distinguished guests, the challenges that the ocean faces do not recognize borders. Therefore, if we want to protect, restore, and benefit from the ocean sustainably, we need stronger collaboration to address these challenges. We need to join forces and commit to multilateral cooperation in the spirit of our gathering today. This is especially important in a world fractured by conflicts. Together, we form a powerful community because we care and because we can act together. Let's unite our efforts, do everything we can to change the course of action and restore hope for the ocean. Hope is the result of action as well as its engine. Let's ignite the change. In this effort, you can count on the commitment of the European Commission and my personal commitment as well. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire. Thank you very much. I shall now call on stage from Potsdam Climate Institute, the director, working on the planetary boundaries, speaking about the ocean as a new frontière. Please, Mr. Rockström, welcome on stage, sous vos applaudissements.
Your Excellencies, dear friends of the ocean, what I want to do is give you a science update which confirms Vice President Al Gore's brilliant overview And it can summarize in the following way. Science is absolutely clear today that we're doing a double mistake. In the middle of the climate crisis, driven primarily by fossil fuel burning and exploitation, overexploitation of the planet, we are at the same time undermining the resilience of the planet. We're undermining the buffering capacity of a planet under stress. And it is the ocean which is the final determinant of the stability, the resilience, and the life support on Earth. So when we get the data that 90% of the heat from fossil fuel burning is stored in the ocean, that 25% of the carbon dioxide from oil, coal, and gases in the ocean, remember, this is a system under stress. This is not a planet under harmony providing some free service to humanity. It is a biogeochemical system that wants to stay in the equilibrium state where it has been in since we left the last ice age 18,000 years ago, the Holocene, which is an attractor which has enabled civilizations to develop as we know it. And we are pushing this system out of the Holocene, just assuming that the ocean will continue to just harmoniously provide this free service. But unfortunately, dear friends, we're starting to see cracks in the system. And let me give you the scientific update that confirms Vice President Al Gore, but gives you also from the lab, from inside the lab, deep concerns that I have never experienced in my entire professional life of the nervousness in the academic community right as we speak. These are the curves we all know, the hockey sticks of temperature rise on planet Earth. We just passed 1.5 degrees Celsius last year, the warmest temperature on Earth over the past 100,000 years. Now, this is the climate crisis. You see the straight line of warming from the 1970s onwards. This is why we talk even of a climate emergency. But just look at what we're starting to see. The last 10 years shows signs for the first time of accelerated warming. We cannot exclude anymore that the climate sensitivity is going down. On the right-hand side here, you have the ocean. It's behaving in the same way. Up until the 2010s, 2014, we had a very, very serious warming of the ocean, and then suddenly it takes off on a faster rate. Just look at this data from NOAA. Here it goes in 3 sections. It took 30 years to reach the point of warming where you see the gradual warming, which is basically what has calibrated all the climate models, which is the basis for the Fit for 55 policies of cutting emissions by half to reach net zero by 2050, the global carbon budget. But then suddenly we see a jump, a 0.3 degrees Celsius jump over just 1 year, 2023, 2024, and we cannot explain it. There is so much science going on right now to try to understand what is happening. Is it a planet that is under new type of forcing because of the sulfur policies reducing bulk diesel emissions in commercial shipping? Or is it actually so that the Earth system is providing us with new feedbacks? Albedo changes, a planet that is getting darker, as 𝗲𝗲𝗏 talked about last night, which is one big fear, cloud dynamics, which could trap more heat, or the worst nightmare of them all, is the biosphere losing carbon uptake capacity. We start seeing the first signs of those cracks being proven. But as Vice President Al Gore pointed out, we have the data now. 90% of the heat from fossil fuel burning is in the ocean. 4% is consumed by melting ice. 5% is in the soil. Can you imagine? It's only 1% of the heat injection, of the energy imbalance we're causing from fossil fuel burning that is in the atmosphere, which is causing the 1.5 degrees Celsius rise with all the storms, floods, fires, heat waves. Everything we talk about climate crisis is just 1% in the atmosphere. Isn't this quite fantastic? Here you have an ocean that has been this phenomenal, forgiving, biophysical mother to us humanity as misbehaving adolescents during 150 years of abuse, and we just continue relying on this system as being stable. When we're losing oxygen in the ocean, as has been pointed out already, as we're losing species, we're actually in the 6th mass extinction of species on planet Earth, the ocean included. 90% of the fish stocks are fully exploited or overexploited. We are taking huge risks because we know that the ocean stability is physics, it's chemistry, and it's biology. It's the biological pump, it's the heat uptake, it's all the food webs in the coastal systems. And you look at the right-hand graph here, what is causing the drivers here. The top point here is, just like Vice President Gore pointed out, climate change. but it's also overexploitation, it's invasive species, it's overfishing, it's agriculture. We're doing everything wrong in order to stay stable on the ocean. We are entering the 5th mass bleaching event. Actually, among all the tipping point systems on planet Earth, there is admittedly large uncertainty ranges, except one, and that is losing and pushing tropical coral reef systems across irreversible collapse. The uncertainty range is very narrow, and the temperature is 1.5 degrees Celsius. Livelihood based for over 200 million people on planet Earth, an unacceptable change if it would occur. The ocean is rapidly acidifying, as we also have learned. This is breaking up calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is the legal building block for marine life across the entire ocean system. All the shells from phytoplankton, animal planktons, but also thriving coral reef systems depend on these calcium carbonates being intact. And then we have sea level rise. As pointed out by Vice President Al Gore, we have a shift now. Thermal expansion and land-based glaciers are now being overtaken by the big ice sheets, Antarctica and the Arctic. We saw 2 to 3 millimeters per year of sea level rise up until just the last decade. Now we are at 4 millimeters. And look at this graph. NOAA shows the recent data. We're up at 5-6 millimeters per year. We are accelerating sea level rise and can no longer trust that it's only going to be 100 centimeters by the end of this century. Just look at this data. The last time we were at 1.5 degrees Celsius, we had 2 to 3 meters sea level. So what we do today determines the outcomes for centuries, if not millennia into the future. We press the on button today, but the commitments will track for a very long time. Now, the oceans are also connected through tipping point systems. So what happens on planet Earth is connected through the arteries from the ocean system. Here you have our latest mapping of biophysical tipping point systems that regulate the stability of the climate system. What are these? Well, these are large biophysical systems that have multiple stable states. Push them too far and they cross tipping points. They go from self-cooling to self-amplifying warming. So exactly what we don't want to happen. The 𝗖𝗧, the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, is, from what science shows today, a connector between these. So when the Greenland ice sheet and the Arctic Sea is melting fast, it slows down the 𝗖𝗧, which in turn leads more warm saline water to be stuck in the Southern Ocean, which can explain why the West Antarctic ice sheet is melting faster than expected. But we also know that if the 𝗖𝗧 slows down, or even shuts down entirely, which has happened many times over the past 100,000 years, so it can happen, and we do understand the physics, then that would very likely lead to a dieback of the Amazon rainforest, massive warming across the planet, and changes in the monsoon systems. A planetary disaster. So we're talking about major, major risks where the ocean connects also biosphere systems on land and is a connector across the entire planet. So come to closing here, there's undoubtedly so that scientific message is clear. We have to be stewards of the entire planet, and we have to be stewards of the entire ocean. This requires us to take a planetary boundary approach to navigating the turbulent futures that we're facing, just as Jürgen Wren pointed out yesterday. These are the 9 planetary boundary systems that science shows regulate the stability and the health of the planet. 6 of the 9 are outside of the safe space. You see climate here, but also all the biosphere boundaries that regulates the stability of the biosphere on land and in the ocean. Ocean acidification is approaching its boundary, very close, but we're not yet across the danger zone. And I just want to close and leave this with you. We released in 2014 at the New York Climate Week the first planetary health check where we integrated all the boundary assessments to make one verdict on the health of the planet. We brought the planet to the doctor, did all the assessments, and this is the final verdict. To the green line here, you see the safe space where we want to be. The yellow part is the danger zone, where the scientific uncertainty is, but we therefore say that things can go wrong. And then you have the red part is when you have high evidence of causing irreversible changes. We place the planet, as you see, at the edge of that yellow zone. It leads to 2 conclusions. One is we are in danger. We are indeed well outside of the safe operating space for a planet that can support our and future generations. But there's also some hope here. It does suggest that the scientific conclusion is that the window is still open. It's rapidly closing, but the resilience in the Earth system is still dominated by dampening feedbacks. If we play our cards right, and if we go really fast, we can probably turn this around and actually maintain a thriving ocean in support of humanity. And that is our task. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We're not feeling too well. Monseigneur. So let us try to work on your last word, which was hope. And I invite the next panel on ocean conservation to join the panel. And let's go into a Davos for the ocean, finding solutions after this diagnostic of Dr. Rockström. Thank you very much for that. So I invite on stage 𝗲𝗲𝗦𝗲𝗲, the special envoy of President Macron and the mastermind behind all our collaborations with Oceano, Azul, and Bloomberg. Okay. 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗦, WWF, Marco Lambertini, Nature Positive. Please just join, all of you. Rena Lee, the former president of BBNJ, the heroine of the High Seas Treaty, and a very eminent ambassador from Singapore, and Hendrik Sala, scientist and National Geographic scientist research in residence. Please, let us enter maybe into the solutions, and I will first start with my boss, Olivier, if you want to say a few words.
I'm not at all your boss. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. So that was the first part.
Thank you.
So now we open the curtain, and light is arriving. It's coming in the room. Thanks again for all of you. You give us a lot of your time, and you are going to give us more time in 2 months' time. Definitely, as probably Mr. Macron, the French president, will tell you, we are not ready, not at all, to have a nice UN Ocean Conference. We are not ready because we are still pledging for the ratification of BBNJ. That will be a major step. So if we don't have the BBNJ treaty ratified in Nice, it will be a failure. If we want to succeed, please come back. When you come back to your country, ask your leaders. I have nothing to do with the Prince Albert because you have already done it very, very early. Ask your leader, Sylvia, when you come back to United States, please ask your leader to ratify the BBNJ treaty. So, Ashok, if I am your boss, so ask you to work.
He was supposed to animate this panel. So I'll try to improvise, but we know what you have to say and what you are carrying as a purpose in all of your actions, starting with WWF. Kirsten, we came to meet you in Switzerland, that was a few months ago, towards UNOC. What is your expectations and how WWF is engaging with this universal meeting for the ocean? And we just have 70 days. What is your next 70 days going to look like?
Thank you, and thank you for having us. And I think the next 70 days are not going to be any different than how we look at ocean conservation more generally. And I don't know about you, but I have to say that the presentations just now and the presentations last night left me with an incredible sense of impatience. And I think that's what I feel for the next 70 days as well, because here we are sitting together, talking to each other about action, about all the issues, slide after slide. I mean, we know what the issues are. We know what the problems are. And yet, we're not making a difference. And I have to say as well, the state of the world doesn't make it easy for us to move into action either, right? I mean, if I speak from civil society, the pressures on civil society are increasing in many parts of the world. We have increasingly colleagues who are working in places of conflict and fragile states. So it doesn't make it easy either for civil society to increasingly speak up, which is, of course, what we should be doing. And yes, you will see WWF continuing to focus on the global level. We will continue pushing for multilateralism, because the treaties on the high seas, on plastics, on the WTO fisheries agreements are absolutely essential at a global level to keep, to get those. So we'll keep pushing against the current to focus on multilateral agreements. But you will also see us going much more local and national, because the ownership of the conservation actions will have to be at the national and at the local level. So working with governments on the 30 by 30, making sure that we get 30% protected, managed, and restored by 2030 will have to be owned by national governments and local organizations. But you will increasingly see us go even more local, which is with local civil society organizations, indigenous groups, coastal communities, farmers, fishermen, because they're the ones that should be making the decisions when it comes to the places that they are working and the places that they are living. So when I talk about impatience, I will say, yes, we'll continue working at a global level, but let's make sure that it also lands locally. And how do we really build meaningful and lasting relationships and partnerships at the national and local level? The last thing I will say where my impatience comes from is, how do we get out of the conservation bubble? We're all part of the conservation bubble where we're sitting today and where we were sitting last night. We're all in agreement. These are not the people we should be talking to. We should be talking to people who are outside the conservation bubble. How do we get to the other sectors? We all agree. I don't have to convince you. I had a great speech from my oceans team talking about the importance of action. I've heard you all say the same thing. The plastics treaty is we're not going to get the plastics treaty because it's important for oceans. I'm sorry. We're getting it because it's important for human health. That's what's waking people up. Climate change, WWF, for 63 years, we've been focused on conservation, on climate change. The only reason people are waking up is because we're seeing it in our own backyards, and because we're actually realizing that, hey, conservation of biodiversity is actually important for humans. So how do we elevate nature? How do we get out of our comfort zone? And how do we bring in sectors that actually are less comfortable with these messages? That's going to be, I think, if we want the Nice conference to be a success, that's where we need to focus on in the next 70 days.
Thank you very much. Very clear, very precise. I'll just respond to that to create a frame of transition. As you may know, we just have a triangle of priorities for the UN Ocean Conference with Costa Rica and the UN. We've framed it this way: ocean governance at the tip of the triangle, ocean science, and we heard a lot of scientists since this morning and yesterday evening, and blue economy and finance forum, and that's the next panel. And when you are framing when you're zooming into ocean governance with local governments and indigenous people, that's exactly what we want to do in Nice and want to achieve, notably with this coalition of mayors and governors who are going to meet on the 7th of June, presided by Mayor Christian Estrosi. But that's, again, the next panel, just to say that we are working on those paths to try to achieve and come to Nice with concrete deliverables. Speaking about deliverables, I would like to ask Ambassador Ren-Ali your own journey, if I may, in 3 minutes, for the High Seas Treaty and how you brought the ship to anchor, and now what's the next step for the ship now to deliver, if I may, Rena.
Thank you. I don't think we need to figure out, I don't think we need to know how we got to shore. The fact is we got to shore. And in September of 2023, when the agreement was open for signature, I gave everybody 3 pieces of homework. I think the 3 pieces of homework are still relevant today. And what I said then was, we have finished talking. Now we have to start doing. First piece of homework, sign the agreement. Second piece of homework, ratify the agreement. Third piece of homework, implement the agreement. So for those of you who have not signed the agreement, and we know there are maybe some 80 so countries that have yet to sign the agreement, please sign the agreement. For those of you who have signed the agreement but have yet to ratify, and we know there are about 100 of you, please ratify the agreement. Why is this important? Nothing happens, no change can happen in the areas beyond national jurisdiction until we bring the BBNJ agreement into force. And so that must be our priority. But in line with that priority, we also have to work on the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Next month, the first substantive session of the PrepCom is going to begin, and that's where we are going to start working on implementation details. And in working on the implementation details, I'm going to ask everybody to be very practical. We don't need to talk big ideas, we just need to be practical around how it is we're going to implement it. Be flexible. The way we designed the BBNJ treaty, it was to build in a degree of flexibility, because what is right for COP1 may not be right for COP5. Why? Because the BBNJ agreement is not built just on today's science. It has to be fit for the future as well. So we have to keep in mind that we have to be flexible, take advantage of the flexibilities that are built into the BBNJ agreement. And so we don't have to get everything right at the beginning of COP1, because the way the agreement is designed, we can always adjust as we know more about the areas beyond national jurisdiction. And to add on to what WWF said about getting out of the conservation bubble, one of the things that I tried to do during the IGC process was to build a BBNJ community. But now when we are on the cusp, on the threshold of implementation, that community has to grow. Those of us who have been involved, we have to expand the community to involve very many more stakeholders. Why? Because the implementation cannot come down to just negotiators at the UN. It has to involve the local communities. It has to involve the ministries of environment who may not have participated in the negotiations. It has to involve the private sector. I know there may be a view that, oh, BBNJ is going to hinder or hamper our operations. No, actually, the BBNJ agreement is going to give a wealth of opportunity to the private sector. Why? Because for us to drive change, we need innovations, cleaner fuel, quieter ships. All those innovations are opportunities for the private sector as well. And so our community has to grow in order for us to be able to see real change, real impact in the high seas and the deep seabed. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Very practical and ambitious as well. I would like to ask Professor 𝗏𝗏 to react first to the high seas and what's the opportunities also for science and governance to do within the high seas, but also in your own research and fight for different causes. How do you react to what's on the table in the work plan?
So we heard about the high seas, we heard about climate. I'm going to talk about that biodiversity thing, the 30 by 30. And first of all, the UN Ocean Conference in Nice cannot be yet another conference where leaders say how important it is to do all the things they have not done, right? We need clear action. It's very easy. 30 by 30 is the easiest part. We need to do two things. One, we need countries to create many more fully protected areas in the right places, like President Bachelet did with the 3 huge marine parks in Chile, so it can be done. And two, we need to ensure that the protected areas are truly protected and they are not just lines in a map, right? President Macron is the host of the conference. He has shown global leadership, pushing for, not moving forward with deep sea mining. France is also the co-chair of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, right? That Rita leads, and the goal is 30 by 30. So France has an opportunity to accelerate the action by showing by example. France has to go to Nice and announce new fully protected areas, and it has great opportunities in overseas territories in the Pacific and Indian Ocean, protecting some of the best pristine coral reefs left. But Costa Rica is the co-chair of the HAC, of the High Emission Coalition, and co-host of the conference, has to come and announce a new protected area. There is a great opportunity in the Pacific. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Marine Protected Area is almost ready for the president to sign. So Costa Rica has to show that it really commits to 30 by 30. And also President Macron should make it clear to leaders that they should not come to make more lofty pledges, they should come to contribute to 30 by 30 and also announce new protected areas. But to truly protect the ocean, we just, we don't not only need to put lines on a map, but also we need to make sure that these areas are protected from industrial fishing. Industrial fishing is not compatible with conservation, but the irony is here in Europe, over half of the marine protected areas are bottom trawled, right? And this is not only legal, but it's encouraged by the governments, which subsidize it, right? And we just released scientific research this week showing that the cost of bottom trawling to European society is up to 11 billion euros every year. That doesn't make any economic sense. But what's the solution? The solution is if we phased out bottom trawling in marine protected areas, right, and not relocate that effort elsewhere, that would avoid enormous carbon emissions. It would allow the ecosystem to recover and also help to replenish these fisheries. And how to get there? Well, reallocating a portion of the current subsidies that are used for destruction, if they were allowed to be used for regeneration, that would allow for a just transition that helps the fishermen and the ecosystems they depend on. However, the biggest roadblock to 30 by 30 is the pressure, the opposition from the fishing lobby. But they should not be afraid of MPAs, because the worst enemy of fishing is overfishing, not protected areas, right? We know that. And fishing and conservation have the same goals: more fish in the sea, more abundance, more health for the ocean. And in our work to support the creation of MPAs couldn't be possible without the support from foundations like Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation, Bloomberg, Bezos Earth Fund, Oceano, Azul, 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗲 Summit Foundation, and others. But the governments need to step up, spend some of that money that goes into subsidies to destroy into subsidies that help to regenerate and actually help the fishermen, right? And also national governments, something very practical, should allow local governments to create their own MPAs to go through without having to go through the bureaucratic maze and the torture through the ministries and the national government, right? Because these coastal MPAs are good businesses. And my wife, Christine Reckberger, and partners are launching soon a new initiative to scale global MPAs globally. Thank you. Finally, France has the key, right? The world is dying for hope and clear direction. And this conference is an opportunity, and France has to provide the leadership to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Enrique. I don't know if Korea or Chile are in the room, but if you're organizing the next UN Ocean Conference, you're going to have Enrique on your back every day, but it helps us to progress. Thank you very much. Nature Positive, Marco Lambertini. The last time we met, you were transitioning and conceiving Nature Positive, which basically is another frame, but very demanding, with indicators. We spoke about nature indicators, which actually is the right transition for the next panel. But perhaps you could elaborate more on what you have conceived and how it is actually working in terms of framework and action.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. First of all, let me just say one word on UNOC, building on what Eric just said. I think UNOC has the fantastic opportunity to look and feel different. Not a conference where, apologies if I don't think I'm offending anybody, but not a conference where once again we have a catwalk of governments and businesses announcing commitments, but actually a conference where government and businesses and civil society present the delivery of the commitments already made. And they are the four that everybody's mentioned in the last couple of days. It's the plastic treaty, is BBNJ, is the 30 by 30 plus, because we talk also about 30% restoration of the ocean in the GBF, and it is about, of course, preventing the gold rush to minerals in the deep sea. So I wish and I hope that UNOC 3 is going to be the conference on the ocean that actually show the delivery against those commitments already made. But let me just frame the Nature Positive ambition, which is basically actually is the mission of the GBF. The mission of the GBF is halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. Net positive. Net zero for nature is not enough because nature can come back. Net positive, nature positive is the goal. Carbon neutral, nature positive, net zero emissions, net positive biodiversity. But look, to deliver nature positive future, which is basically the only future we can have, by the way, it's about embracing a big change process, a big transition. And transitions are made of three components, right? First, identifying the problem, acknowledging the problem. Let's reflect 1 second on this. We heard, so many strong arguments today and yesterday, many days before, about the seriousness of the situation. That's so important to stress that because there is no room for complacency. But I have to say, I feel quite strongly that that serious situation that we're facing is not yet well internalized in society at large. And I think there is a big job to do in making sure that the seriousness of the situation is understood. We're still taking nature and the ocean for granted, and that has to stop. Then the second component of a transition is set the destination. And we have set the destination. Below 1.5-ish, the nature positive halt reverse on biodiversity. The destination is clear. But we're really understanding what it takes to get to the destination. And that's where the third dimension of the transition, the most important one, the one we're in the middle of, is where we need to really focus on. It is the journey to that destination. How do you get there? The how is so important as much as understanding the problem and understanding the destination. And I have to say, this is for me where we should be really focusing our narrative, our efforts, the support that is needed to accompany society in that transition. Today, I don't think society is clear about that. Actually, I think today society is polarized, is fragmented, is actually confused about how to get there. There is a beautiful and dark and quite, in my view, powerful saying that goes, the old is dying, the new is not yet born, and then ends, this is the time of monsters. Now, this was written at the surge of fascism and Nazism before the Second World War in Europe, from someone in jail that wrote to his mother. I think it captures exactly the situation we are in today. The old is dying. We know that the model that we've been benefiting from, not equitably, but we're benefiting from in many parts of the world, is just not going to be able to continue for much longer. But the new is still not convincing, not persuasive, not clear enough, not supported enough to actually be embraced by society at large. Why society is not transitioning? Because we are not articulating the future in a way that is actually looking exciting, better, helpful, a future that helps individuals, households, our children. That's the narrative that we need to embrace. That's the persuasion that society is missing, that's desperately wanting, but we need to focus on that. And I think this is the focus on the next few years, is exactly to support society in building the confidence to move to a new model, a model that at the end of the day is better. Agriculture with less pesticides is better, it's not worse. Fishing, more marine protected areas in the sea is better for fishermen, not worse. Trolling in marine protected areas is a crazy thing. Not banning the trolling is better. Less plastic in the ocean is better for people. We need to ground it, back to points made earlier, at the personal, individual level. Nature conservation, ocean conservation needs to become personal and stop being an abstract aspiration that, yes, of course, everybody agrees will be helpful, but not many people still understand how they will benefit from that new future.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll stay with those words, if I may, and to catch up with time, I suggest that we transit to the next sequence. There are not a lot of video messages which are gifts, and we'll start with, if la régie vous êtes prêts, with the first gift while we transit to the solutions with the blue economy. Thank you very much, dear panelists.
Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, c'est Violette d'Orange, la navigatrice. En février dernier, je suis rentrée de mon premier tour du monde en solitaire. J'ai passé 90 jours à traverser tous les océans du globe. J'ai navigué dans des endroits rares et reculés où très peu de marins mettent les voiles. C'était une aventure juste incroyable, fabuleuse. Les paysages étaient à couper le souffle, les levées de soleil, les couchers de soleil. J'ai rencontré des animaux que je ne connaissais pas, comme les albatros, beaucoup d'oiseaux, des mammifères marins. C'est vraiment un privilège de vivre comme ça pendant 3 mois en mer. Et aujourd'hui, je me rends encore plus compte de l'importance de protéger, de préserver nos océans. Alors j'espère vraiment qu'on pourra avancer concrètement dans ce sens-là. Merci, à bientôt.
Okay, that was, I promised it would be short and brief. Monseigneur, Madame la Présidente, we have the honor to have with us the Secretary General of the OECD for a keynote speech, which is very important, and we thank the OECD for having kept in an embargo, in a way, your report before we transit to the next panel. Mesdames, Messieurs, sous vos applaudissements, Monsieur 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗏, s'il vous plaît.
Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ocean friends all. Thank you so much to our hosts, France, for your leadership in convening this SOS Oceans conference, and thank you so much for the invitation to share the OECD's insights on the ocean economy. And I have to say right at the outset, very candidly to you, that I feel a bit out of my depth to talk about oceans in front of this audience of long-standing global leaders and experts on all things oceans. But I do have the privilege of being able to present to you some of the work done by absolutely outstanding and exceptional people working at the OECD, and indeed we are launching today our Ocean Economy to 2050 report. I know that in this room everybody agrees that protecting our oceans is of fundamental importance, to preserve our natural environment, to ensure food security for over 3 billion people around the world, to help mitigate climate change, and indeed to sustain a broad range of economic activity. The OECD report we are launching today, which provides new data and evidence-based recommendations on better sustaining and strengthening the ocean economy in coming decades. It covers 140 coastal countries and 33 industries, from fishing to transport to offshore renewable energy. And our analysis shows the importance of the ocean economy. Indeed, if the ocean economy was a country, it would be the world's 5th largest economy, having contributed between 3 and 4% of global gross value added over the past 25 years. Indeed, over the 25 years between 1995 and 2020, it grew at an average rate of just under 3%, doubling in size from $1.3 trillion US to $2.6 trillion US. And the global ocean economy employment in sectors ranging from fisheries to logistics to tourism has grown from about 120 million full-time equivalent jobs to 133 million jobs over that period. Over 75% of global ocean economic growth over those 25 years originated in Asia and the Pacific, with East Asia alone accounting for 56% of global ocean economic growth. But, as you all well know, various forces, climate change, demographic shifts, geopolitical and trade tensions, insufficient speed in energy transitions, and indeed insufficient investment are slowing or even reversing some of that growth. Our analysis shows that without sufficient investments in productivity and without further progress increasing the share of green energy in the global energy mix, global ocean economic activity could decline by around 20% below 2020 levels by mid-century. In contrast, an accelerated shift to sustainable energy and further technological innovation could deliver a massive boost to the global economy, with ocean economic activity 40% higher in 2050 than it was in 2020, or 2.5 times the size it was back in 1995. The composition of the ocean economy would change, with marine and coastal tourism remaining dominant and offshore oil and gas declining as a proportion of total ocean economy gross value added. A stalled transition scenario could lead to a decline in overall economic activity from the level reached in 2020, mainly due to a combination of a lack of investment in productivity and increasing negative effects of climate change on many parts of the ocean economy. To enable growth and manage the downside risks, countries will need to coordinate their ocean economy policies much better. The impact of policy decisions affecting the oceans in one jurisdiction indeed extend well beyond national borders. Our report identifies 4 strategic priorities for policymaker cooperation to secure a more resilient and sustainable future ocean economy. First, and many speakers have already touched on this morning, strengthening ocean governance. There has been some good progress in building governance mechanisms and policies both nationally and internationally. More than 70 countries have developed marine spatial planning policies, which help make informed and coordinated decisions about how to use marine resources sustainably. But we need to scale up monitoring and enforcement of policies, for example, by better safeguarding marine protected areas, which contribute to better fish stocks. The OECD provides evidence-based analysis in support of these efforts, for example, with new recommendations for Portugal, which we are releasing today also, including on developing the ocean economy workforce, simplifying administrative processes, and enhancing regulatory agility. But these are recommendations that would have broad application elsewhere. Our report also highlights the need to reform environmentally harmful subsidies that encourage overfishing and instead align economic incentives with sustainability objectives. The WTO Fisheries Subsidies Agreement and the High Seas Agreement provide an important basis for these efforts, and we need to step up effective cooperation in tackling pollution in our oceans. The OECD has provided key analysis in support of the UN Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. Second, promoting technological innovation and digital transformation in the ocean economy. Investments in new digital infrastructure and satellite observation systems provide significant opportunities for the ocean economy, including to boost productivity, which in more than half of the sectors in the ocean economy declined between 1995 and 2020. Over the past 25 years, investment in the ocean economy has largely favored physical assets like machinery and equipment. There's been too little investment into the deployment of information and communication technologies. For instance, in 2023, only 49 of the world's top 100 ports had adopted port community systems, digital platforms that facilitate the seamless exchange of information among port authorities, logistics operators, and port service providers, among others. Policymakers also need to ensure their regulatory frameworks encourage productivity-enhancing technology adoption, foster private technology investments in their maritime infrastructure strategies, and invest in the necessary upskilling of ocean economy workers to ensure they're ready to use all of the available and emerging digital tools. Third, enhancing ocean observation, data collection, and scientific research. Effective decision-making for ocean economy policies depends on robust real-time data. But despite the remarkable progress made to date in ocean sensors, satellite monitoring, and AI tools, real-time observations and global coverage for many types of ocean data remain insufficient. We need to expand ocean observation networks and ocean data accessibility to inform evidence-based policies and sustainable management practices. The OECD is working together with UNESCO on developing ocean science indicators as part of the Global Ocean Science Report. We're also sharing our experience in valuing marine data with the International Platform for Ocean Sustainability and the Global Ocean Observing System to help quantify the economic and societal benefit of ocean observation systems. Fourth, expanding opportunities for developing countries to participate in the ocean economy. This includes enhancing developing countries' access to much-needed investment in marine infrastructure and technology. Official development assistance for the ocean economy has increased from $2 billion to $3.5 billion over the 12 years to 2022, but that's still very low, and nearly 3/4 of this assistance was targeted in 3 traditional ocean economy sectors: maritime transport, ocean protection, and fisheries. To support economic diversification and sustainability, new opportunities should be pursued in emerging sectors like offshore renewable energy and marine biotechnology. The OECD guidance on development cooperation for a sustainable ocean economy, which we will be launching in June this year, will provide the latest data on development finance for the ocean economy and also recommendations to ensure this support is effective and well targeted. And our OECD Sustainable Ocean Economy country diagnostics have supported countries such as Cabo Verde and Indonesia in enhancing their ocean governance policies while identifying new financing opportunities. In closing, improving ocean policies and international cooperation on protecting our oceans is both an environmental and an economic imperative. The OECD is in a unique position to support countries around the world, both our members and partner countries, with original economic analysis on marine and maritime policy issues, and importantly, with actionable policy advice. We're drawing on our full range of policy expertise, from development to innovation to pollution control, to contribute to the upcoming 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice in June this year. And we will provide substantive input to the preparation of the Nice Ocean Action Plan. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words here today, and let me just conclude in saying that through evidence-based strategies, improved management of maritime and marine spaces, and innovative digital solutions, we can protect the jobs, livelihoods, and food security of hundreds of millions of people who depend on the ocean, as well as doing the right thing by the environment. Thank you.
While the sun is coming back, we transit to the next panel. Olivier, is that fine?
We are not late. That's good news, no?
We're almost on time. Always on time with the CEO of Oceano Azul Foundation, 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏. Under your applause, please. Without him, this would have not happened. And you're going to call your panelists.
So for this panel, I welcome Pascal Lamy, 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏𝗯𝗲, Ante Williams, Mr. Mayor, Christian Strozzi, and 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏𝗏 from Azul. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to save time on presentations, but I'm going, first of all, of course, I want to thank very much as well the intuitive work together that we did with the team of Ambassador 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏𝗏 and your team. I think that this meeting shows that we can gather, we can discuss together, we can discuss serious issues. I just think that what remains to be seen is that if we can also act together, and I think that UNOC is going to be the opportunity also for the civil society to act together. I wanted to start by, of course, saying we heard science yesterday and today. We heard about ocean sustainability, conservation and restoration, but the economy also matters. Especially it matters because we know that the economy is part of the problem. We know that the economy is generating overfishing, pollution, is generating temperature, warming the oceans, acidification. And so we need to reinvent the economy. And to reinvent the economy, of course, we need to move into a blue economy. And the difficulty here is that there is no definition for blue economy. There is no methodology to assert what is blue economy. It's probably easier to say what is not blue economy. It's not blue economy deep sea mining. It's not blue economy bottom trawling. It's not blue economy fishing krill, fishing sharks, fishing mesopelagic species or deep sea species. Of course, we know that blue economy can be based on economic solutions from the ocean, like renewable energy. It can be clean shipping, plug-in ports, or new innovative foods, marine foods like algae and bivalves, multitrophic aquaculture. And we know, of course, that there are also nature-based solutions that can rise to become important new economic areas, such as, of course, the marine nature finance, the carbon and biodiversity credits and markets. And I think that with this panel, we can go and approach some of these aspects of blue economy. So first, I would give you the floor, Pascal. You have many hats, but you are now, you are an ocean champion. Everyone knows you. Not going to lose time in introducing you, but I'm going to say you are one of the leaders of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum that is going to take place in Monaco. So I wanted to ask you, what can we expect from this? And I'm going to ask you if you can stay within 3 minutes so that we keep the times, because we are really doing well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Thiago. What we've heard this morning so far is one, that there is a huge environmental danger, and second, that there is a big economic opportunity. So I'll answer your question very simply. This Blue Economy and Finance Forum in Monaco, which will precede UNOC on the 2 days before the Monday, is about showing that protecting the ocean and reaping the opportunities which we've just heard from the OECD SecGen can go hand in hand. And we have designed, with Iliana Cid, who's my co-chair, who's the ambassador of Palau to the UN, we have designed a forum in 3 sequences, which is very precisely where Kirsten and Marco Lamberti left us in the previous panel, which is about delivering. It's not about dreaming, it's about delivering. We will show that blue economy and finance is already working. We've gathered roughly 200 initiatives which already are happening, which have already been financed to a tune of roughly $10 billion. From these 200, we will showcase roughly 20 of them to get the lessons of not what we think should be done, but what is already being done. The second sequence will be, of course, about scaling up new commitments, and we are working with a variety of coalitions that seem to be inclined to bring their own doses of scaling up in Monaco. And then third, we will, of course, look forward to a series of recommendations to provide the future infrastructures of a proper global finance for the blue economy. So that's the idea, delivering and showing, not dreaming, showing that ocean protection and reaping economic benefits can be done together, of course, under a series of conditions which, unsurprisingly, have to do with sustainability. So that's the name of the game for Monaco.
Thank you very much, Pascal. This really shows that there are developments and that Monaco can be a stage to show these developments so that we are moving in this direction of an innovative blue economy. And I will probably now ask you, Anto Williams, you are the director for the environmental program of Bloomberg Philanthropies, and we all know the good work of your organization in environmental action. So my question would be, what? There is no translation?
À la régie, là, il faut.
Je verrai ça après.
On va s'en servir.
C'est bien, toi, ça te passe bien?
Ouais.
Nickel.
Yeah, yeah.
J'essaie d'écouter, là.
Probably a mic from the previous panel that had.
Can I go on? So, was I saying what we would like to ask you, Ante, is what I would like to ask you is what are your plans for UNOC? What are your plans for the ocean economy and for the future, indeed?
Well, thank you so much, Thiago, and thanks to Oceano Azul for your partnership and leadership, and of course the government of France for this important moment. I am wearing my bracelet that you so kindly gave us at dinner last night, so thank you. I think what we heard strongly this morning is the economic opportunity, as Pascal said, of ocean protection, 4 million jobs in the blue economy just in Europe, and the important ecological services that the ocean provides in terms of the world's greatest carbon sink and creator of the oxygen for every other breath we take. So we know this. But I want to reject the idea that there's a thriving global economy without strong oceans protections. A healthy ocean and a healthy economy are absolutely two sides of the same coin. We can't have one without the other. And the idea that we are moving forward and dumping into the ocean, endlessly taking from the ocean without preserving the resources is foolhardy at best. So the question then of what philanthropy can do. Philanthropy really can and should play a leadership role in protecting the world's ocean and supporting better ocean decision making and investment. And so what we work to do at Bloomberg Philanthropies is, along with other philanthropies, many of whom are here in the room today, is convene stakeholders, support local capacity, and pilot some of the solutions that can then be scaled at a global level. And so if you think about what the kind of local capacity is that we're talking about, the protection and management of marine resources at the local level has shown in many examples around the world to provide abundant fish, for example, and resilient coastal communities for many generations going forward. And so we work with community-based organizations and support their capacity for marine managed areas. Just thinking of one example, the 𝗲𝗲 Center in French Polynesia that works at the local community level to designate protected areas, to utilize local cultural practices of protection, such as giving fish stocks a break seasonally, for example. So we can support those kind of solutions, look at what works, provide the data, and then scale that globally. At the same time that we work to protect local coastal fisheries for the benefit, the cultural benefit, the livelihoods benefit, the environmental benefit at the local level, we must connect that to the national and global level as well. And so we're very focused on the protection of 30% of the world's ocean by 2030, these important multilateral conversations and approaches that will be necessary to make that happen, whether it's the Global Oceans Treaty, the Plastics Treaty, the work together on subsidies. And so at COP16, we came together, just as one example, with 11 other philanthropies, again, many of whom are here in this room today, to announce a almost $52 million US fund to support the advancement of high seas protection, so that as governments move forward, we're ready to begin to adopt and implement and prove what's working on the high seas. So we look forward to continuing to work together with France and Costa Rica as we come back to France in June for the UNOC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for finishing with the high seas. I think that this is going to be the year of the high seas, and we all hope that as well. And so now I would probably ask you, Mayor Estrosi, first of all, thank you very much for hosting us in Nice. I don't think that anyone could think of a better city to have this third UN Ocean Conference. You are going to lead the conference on coastal cities and sea level rise. of course, I would like you to speak about this and how this matters for the ocean economy.
Merci. Je veux d'abord saluer naturellement le président, cher Antonio, saluer le commissaire européen et Peter Thomson, qui était à l'origine du premier sommet à New York. Puis il y a eu le deuxième sommet à Lisbonne et le troisième à Nice, au bord de la Méditerranée, Atlantique ouest, Atlantique est, Méditerranée. Et c'est la première fois qu'il y aura cette coalition des mers. Et je veux remercier le président Macron, avec le président du Costa Rica, d'avoir proposé aux Nations Unies que nous puissions organiser cette coalition des mers, parce qu'au fond, nous sommes, avec les gouverneurs et présidents de territoires, les gestionnaires de ces territoires qui sont le plus confrontés au réchauffement climatique et à la montée inéluctable des eaux. Alors, d'abord, vous dire que vous recevoir à Nice, avec la principauté de Monaco, en saluant son Altesse, avec lesquels nous sommes des voisins qui travaillons en parfaite coordination, c'est vous recevoir sur un territoire un peu exceptionnel. Nous avons fédéré 51 communes, du plus petit village jusqu'à la grande ville qu'est Nice, près d'1 million d'habitants, depuis 3000 mètres d'altitude jusqu'au bord de la Méditerranée, en définissant les bassins versants, les énergies renouvelables, la filière bois, la géothermie, le cycle de la neige qui fond dans les lacs, qui coule dans les rivières, qui coule dans les fleuves et se déverse dans la Méditerranée. Et nous avons mis toute cette puissance en commun avec des laboratoires scientifiques qui nous ont aidés à prendre de grandes décisions. Je pense à l'observatoire de Nice-Côte d'Azur, qui est aussi implanté dans le désert d'Atacama au Chili, à la base de Concordia au pôle sud, ou encore au laboratoire océanographique de Villefranche-sur-Mer. Et c'est à partir aussi de cette expérience scientifique que nous avons engagé près de 3 milliards d'euros ces 7-8 dernières années sur de la résilience en matière de mobilité électrique, en matière d'isolation thermique, en matière de renaturation des sols, 70 hectares de béton qui ont été rasés pour créer des forêts urbaines. Et c'est dans ce paysage que nous allons vous accueillir, où nous sommes en train de mettre en place d'ailleurs une aire marine protégée qui part de la pointe de l'aéroport pour aller jusque dans la rade de Villefranche. Alors, quel est l'objectif de cette coalition ? Face aux effets du réchauffement climatique, nous voulons travailler sur l'atténuation et l'adaptation. Inventer les villes littorales à transformer des menaces en opportunités de développement durable et intelligent. L'idée est de profiter des avancées des uns et des autres. C'est un combat commun à gagner ensemble. Et naturellement, nous allons appuyer sur 3 piliers: le partage d'expériences, le partage des datas et des connaissances scientifiques, la mobilisation des moyens financiers, pas seulement ceux des États de l'Union européenne. Je pense aux grandes fondations tournées vers l'environnement, et je salue plus particulièrement aujourd'hui Oceano, Azul ou Bloomberg Philanthropies qui nous accueillent en cette circonstance, et les autres fondations. Donc il faut désormais coaliser toutes les forces présentes ici, et je serai naturellement heureux de les accueillir à cette occasion. Et puis enfin, je veux vous dire que nous souhaitons réorganiser nos villes pour supprimer les îlots de chaleur, véritables usines de CO2. Alors, au moment où nous sommes frappés par une crise économique, c'est Mario Draghi qui disait que celle-ci ne peut pas se permettre d'être doublée par une crise écologique. Les maires et gouverneurs des territoires côtiers qui seront présents à près de 1 milliard d'habitants qu'ils représenteront, qui sont ceux qui seront menacés le long de nos zones littorales sur tous les continents, en sachant que même si certains pays qui se retournent de nouveau vers les énergies fossiles, sans avoir à les citer, ils seront malgré tout, grâce à cette coalition, représentés par leurs maires. Je pense au maire de New York, je pense au maire de Miami, je pense au maire de Los Angeles, je pense à la mairesse de New Orleans, par exemple, qui prend de grandes initiatives aujourd'hui. Eh bien, je veux dire que nous représenterons donc ces près d'1 milliard d'habitants et que tous les jours, je reçois de nouvelles confirmations pour être présent à nos côtés le 7 juin prochain. Et, ce qui me permet de vous dire, pour conclure, au nom de tout cela, que nous attendons des États qui ne l'auraient pas encore fait, de signer l'agrément et naturellement, au-delà de cela, les 8 au 13 juin prochains, de ratifier cet agrément. Il en va aussi de l'avenir de notre planète et du rôle que nous pouvons jouer, nous, en tant que gestionnaires des territoires littoraux.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Je vous félicite. Vous allez faire de Nice un exemple pour les autres villes côtières, je suis sûr. Merci beaucoup. And now I will give the floor to 𝗲𝘃𝗲𝗏𝗧. You are Executive Director of Environmental Management and Economic Development Organization, but also a Vice Chair of the East Africa Platform of Non-State Actors in the fisheries and aquaculture sectors. Of course, you represent here the voice of the small-scale business. You represent the voice of small-scale fishers and aquacultures. What do you think it can be made so that a small-scale blue business can be part of this blue economy revolution that we are always wishing to head to?
Yeah, thank you, Thiago, for this question, and thank you, everybody, for having me here. So participating in this meeting just about 4 days ago, I was in Dakar, where the women fish processors and traders in Africa had their General Assembly, but also we had 3 days of symposium and trade fair, and then we had another 3 days focusing on the Central and Western African women fish processors and traders to discuss about the challenges that women face in the small-scale fisheries, and therefore allow me to be a little bit selfish by bringing in the voices of women and youth in this meeting as they form a bigger part of the small-scale processors and traders, as also business owners in the small-scale fisheries. And as we might be all aware that about 90% of all those who are employed in the capture fisheries are small scale, and therefore small scale fisheries is very, very important. So having worked with women, listening to their stories, listening to their invisible hurdles that they face, I'm coming in here as a person who has seen these realities from the ground. And for the blue economy to be beneficial to the small-scale business owners, global leaders, national governments, and everybody has to be intentional. We have to start acting with intention in various areas, but for me today, I want to highlight the following. Number one, inclusive governance and rights-based approach. Why is inclusive governance important? We are talking about here right now today, I'm bringing about the significant contribution that women play in the sector. Youth also. However, they've been continuously being locked out of various opportunities in terms of access to resources, access to finance, access to technology, and name it all. And it is time now, in order for us to be able to realize this important benefit that comes along with blue economy, we need to start acting by bringing in the decision-making table the women and youth so that their voices can be heard directly, but also they have to participate in policy design, but also in resource governance, and also be able to benefit out of all these processes that are happening. So we have this important instrument, the voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries in the context of poverty, in the context of food security and poverty alleviation. This is an important tool that is an added tool in the toolboxes in addressing the challenges that we are facing today. It provides the pathways to arrive into where we want to go, because it also brings in, it is grounded in social justice and equity, which is very, very important. And number two, we need to have targeted investment for small-scale fisheries, particularly for women and youth. Women and youth are already innovating. Look into right now for the women, for example, seaweed farmers. They are venturing into deeper waters to farm seaweed, pushed away by the challenges coming in with the climate change. They're trying to innovate. But also, the blue economy must deliberately plan to have the inclusivity by having women and youth, having the financial tools, having the capacity building opportunities targeted for women, these women and youth, because they've been struggling with market access, market information, and the likes, and therefore they need to be empowered in order to unlock the potential that they have so that the blue economy becomes more inclusive and sustainable. Number three is about safeguarding against blue injustices. The blue economy and marine development that come in the form of conservation, coming in the form of energy, tourism, they must not come at the expense of their local livelihoods. It's very, very important. I've gotten, through the meeting that I've just mentioned, women are being displaced for the name of giving way for investments for the blue economy. So it's important that the blue economy investments are being assessed through blue justice lens, so that nobody is evicted, nobody is displaced. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Judith. And it's clearly we need also a program for small-scale blue business, and the countries should consider this when we have plans for large-scale industries like fishing, like shipping, and like energy and fishing. Our last panelist is 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃𝗃. I hope I'm saying your name.
Perfect.
Okay, you are the Chief of Communication, Brand and Sustainability for AXA. AXA has been in the forefront of the industry, the insurance industry, in working to cover risks on nature assets. My question to you is also, what's your work about, and can you contribute by covering nature to actually contribute to make nature becoming a Class A asset for investment?
Thank you, Thiago, and thank you to Oceano Azul for the invitation. I think the best explanation why an insurer should be interested in this area was actually given by Al Gore earlier this morning, and we're of course concerned about the increasing risks that warming oceans are, going to bring in the next couple of years on coastal erosion, sea level rise, storm surge. So all these risks against which today we might not have solutions as such. So definitely makes sense for us, and we have been working in this space for a long time. We have one thing that I would like to share, and hopefully encouraging other financial and insurance institutions to join us, because we are not enough to really develop a scaling dynamic for the ocean economy. We have been able to be in this space because we were working alongside great partners. This is a complicated space, and I couldn't agree more with you, Edith Ruth. It has to be looked through the lenses of local communities, local vulnerabilities, justice. And so our way to work in this space is really by joining partners such as ORA, the Ocean Risk and Resilient Action Alliance, and Karen is in the room today, that brings together private sector, public sector, small project holders, corporates, financial institutions, We work alongside academia and scientists, and we are also very happy to be here with the Tara Foundation to know more. So a lot of humility when you start trying to engage in this space. I also want to give you a testimony that this is a space where a lot can happen in terms of innovation, and internally we have seen increasing engagement from our teams, both in finance and underwriting, to come up with new solutions. We're currently testing new schemes such as parametric insurance that can encourage the restoration and regeneration of natural ecosystems such as coral reef, mangroves. We have a couple of areas that we already protect through these schemes. So a lot is happening. I think looking at June, what gathered us today, the event that you, Pascal, are going to chair is extremely important, the BEF event in Monaco. As I said, we are not enough of financial players in this space. It's understandable because it's not easy, because the scaling and bringing the market dynamic that we need is not yet there. So I hope we will be many players working together in Monaco. And the second message, I think, maybe from a player of the corporate sector for Nice, is that for corporates who want to do the right thing and who are interesting and trying to be proactive in this space, honestly, the times we're living in are really complex. So Nice is going to be the first multilateral big event in June, and it's going to be massively important that we show that multilateral action can still show the way, create visibility and stable frameworks for the corporate sector to come in with clarity and with security to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ulrike. Thank you very much for actually bringing the corporate sector into the multilateral system and participating, I think, massively in UNOX 3 in Nice. I'm going to still have
Yeah. I know what Thiago wants is to organize a Q&A. You're perfectly right.
Very 3 minutes.
No, you have time. 10 minutes. We have a choice, in fact, because we can have more Q&A than you want. But you have to decide the dilemma between a Q&A or a pause. So you have 10 minutes or even 15, and if you agree, we can ask Q&A on the two panels from the one we was before as well.
Okay, good. So we have 10 minutes, and in these 10 minutes, I would start by asking 3 one-minute comments or questions from the audience, which, as Olivier says, can be from the previous panel, this panel. I would ask, please, people that have not had the chance to intervene yet, I think it would be more fair to give the floor. I see Karen Sack there.
Good morning. I'm Bertrand Piccard from the Solar Impulse Foundation. This conference has shown very well the threats for the oceans, the necessity to have international treaties, but also the necessity to have local action. And we don't speak enough about action. And here in this room, there is a man who has acted all his life, who has saved tens of thousands of marine mammals, who has been jailed, and he's in the room, anonymous, on one side of the room, and I think it's normal that we pay tribute now to Paul Watson. Please stand up, Paul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Karen? Karen, you had asked for the floor. Can you identify yourself, please?
Oh, c'est moi maintenant?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Can you stand up?
Yes, my name is 𝗲𝗃𝗦 with the Varda Group and coordinator of the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean initiative. As I always say, it's good it's in Nice because Let's Be Marseille to the Ocean would not work. I would like to just make a comment following on the intervention of Henrik Sala about subsidies. Just to say that the Nice conference should be an opportunity for participating countries to announce that they're no longer going to wait for the World Trade Organization to reach an agreement on harmful fisheries subsidies, but that they will eliminate these harmful fisheries subsidies from their national budgets starting in 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rémi. And now, can you have the microphone here for Karen Sachs, please?
Thank you so much, Thiago, and thank you all for speaking to us about these issues. I think what's absolutely clear here is that as we look towards Nice, we really need to be working from beachfront to boardroom to make the change that needs to happen. And when it comes to the sustainable blue economy, that means really looking across the capital stack, from philanthropy and ODA grants all the way to investment vehicles from finance and insurance. But key to unlocking that finance is the role of government and making sure that there is certainty in policy to move things forward. So if we want governments, if we want the finance sector to invest into these different opportunities, we need to see governments passing policies to enable the financial sector to commit to 1.5 degrees without being persecuted in different geographies, and to make sure that they can commit to 30 by 30 and help support that. That's part of the action that enables that regenerative and sustainable blue economy. And we really hope that by Nice, we can see these kinds of actions happening to unleash the type of investment opportunities that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. There is another, Daniela, yes, and then I will recognize Ambassador 𝗲𝗲𝗲 to also requesting the floor.
Thank you, everyone. Daniela is founder of Sustainable Ocean Alliance. I just want to give a voice also to the innovators, because there are thousands of entrepreneurs out there who have already created incredible technologies that now need support to scale. On the government front, we need to require more subsidies, we need more support. On the financing front, these companies have already proven their model. They've raised teams, they've raised capital. We inherently need them to be successful in order for us to bring the blue economy to reality. So I would encourage all of us to think about innovators, entrepreneurs, and youth to be a part of these conversations. So thank you for being part of the solution, because I think this next generation requires urgency, and we're really excited to see what's happening at UNOC.
Thank you very much, Danielle, and thank you for representing youth. I see here Ambassador 𝗲𝗲𝗲, and I'm going to ask you, I'm sure you want to speak about economic and geopolitics. And so,
yeah,
what
good
about
morning.
the blue
Sorry.
economy?
I see the sun is coming up, which is good. No, I just wanted to talk politics, because we haven't mentioned this slightly dirty word this morning, and we are not operating in a vacuum. I'm also a trustee of the Fondation Oceano Azul, and if I look around the world today, we are confronted with very serious challenges that impact what we can do about the oceans. And I wanted this community to be fully committed to fight the right fight. And the right fight is to push back on those who want to create spheres of influence, or those who want to subvert the principles and rules of multilateralism, because the oceans will be among the first victims of both. And I'm talking about the coasts of Greenland as much as the coasts of Crimea, as I'm talking about the Gulf of Mexico. So I think we should incorporate this geopolitical and geoeconomic dimension in what we do here. And bringing back us to the economy, I think there's a strong message that should come out of this conference and of Nice, is that the oceans are good for the economy. They are better. They can even be better for the economy than they have been so far. So a positive argument for the economy, but also a fight standing up for the principles and values of multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And for an ambassador, you have been very bold. I have a last comment from Professor Rachid Soumaila, just there.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance. I'm from UBC in Vancouver, Canada. There was talk a lot about how the economy and ecology work together. That is true. But the thing that really leads us to overfish and to do all these things pollute is the short term versus the long term. People who want to get their benefits now, right, versus the future. And that is where the challenge is. So one of the things I've been saying these days, we the people, we have to come to a point where we are sophisticated enough to know that we don't have the right to take everything everywhere all at once. We have to abandon that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And finally, Professor Alec Rogers, please. Just here. Here. Just there.
Thank you, Tiago. I'd just like to reinforce the words in the OECD report today about the need for more ocean science and more ocean observation. We're still in a situation where 90% of the biodiversity of the ocean has not been described, and that was illustrated by a paper last year about the 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗯𝗄𝗏 fracture zone, this huge area of nodules where, again, it was demonstrated that we only have actually discovered 10% of the life in that area. So a big shout for maintaining ocean science despite all the economic headwinds that governments are facing.
Thank you very much, Alex. And the critical area really that needs protection and needs to be conserved. I would say that we are on time. We are on time for our break. And so, Olivier, no?
No.
You are in advance.
I'm in advance. Okay. You want me to carry on or?
No, I just want to welcome the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, who makes us the honor to be there. So, Madam, we will make the pause with you because you just arrived for the pause, and you will have some colleagues, I will say, friends, Prince Albert of Monaco and Mr. Costa. And so, unfortunately, there is a pause, but sorry, no. Unfortunately, you have to be on time. So that means no more than 20 minutes, because if not, voilà. Merci.
Merci à tous. Thank you very much.
To explain you, so we have one sequences with wonderful people. Some of them are not in the room, so I'm a bit worried. We need Prince Albert. Have you seen it? Voila, he arrived. We have the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. That's important, and the 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗁. Vous n'êtes pas en retard du tout, Monseigneur. Oui, oui, c'est vrai. Merci de dénoncer les retardataires. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Voilà, je crois qu'on va fermer les portes, comme ça on va rester entre nous. Tout ce qui va se dire dans la salle ne sortira pas, ou plutôt sera dit dans cette petite assemblée qui nous permet d'accueillir, comme vous l'avez entendu, des personnes engagées, très engagées, et puis aussi des leaders qui ont exercé des fonctions importantes et qui continuent à exercer une fonction importante, pas uniquement symbolique, notamment, je pense, aux Nations Unies comme haute commissaire pour les droits humains. Et c'est avec grand plaisir que j'accueille l'ancienne présidente du Chili, Michelle Bachelet. Madame Bachelet.
Excellencies, authorities, dear friends, I think this morning's session, as yesterday as well, has reminded us again how vital the oceans are for the health of our planet and the crucial role in combating climate change. The oceans are universally recognized as the most essential systems for sustaining life on Earth. More than that, our oceans are a source of livelihood for millions of people and an important part of the life of culture in communities, in particular for islands and coastal populations. The multiple testimonies and calls from the scientific community, civil society, and affected populations warns us of the urgency to act to address the multiple threats facing the oceans and their ecosystems. The rising temperatures and water acidification, pollution, particularly from plastics, overfishing, and the impact of polar ice melting are some of the concerns we must decisively address. Today, more than ever, we know that protecting the oceans is a collective task that states, the scientific community, the private sector, and NGOs must undertake together. The speakers we have heard today have shown how positive experience on this path. And I also agree with some of you who have mentioned the importance of people, to coming back to the people, how community must get involved, how we can have to expand the constituency, not just the converted and convinced one. As in the past year, we have already exceeded the globally recognized safety threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius for global warming, as set by the Paris Agreement that I had the possibility to sign as the President of the Republic. The urgency of action has never been greater. In just 70 days, the third United Nations Ocean Conference will open in Nice. Today, the launch of the SOS Ocean Manifesto is a decisive moment, an opportunity for leaders and stakeholders of the world to come together, demonstrating renewed unity, making the most ambitious, protective, and regenerative decisions for marine life and life ecosystems, and for coastal and island communities that depend on them. The Nice Agreement could mark a turning point for the oceans, where leaders have the power to leave a lasting legacy, reconciling ocean conservation with climate action, biodiversity protection, and human well-being. I come from a country with one of the longest coastlines in the world. In Chile, the ocean is part of our identity, our livelihood, our sustainability. And some of the things that have been discussed today is that we need international treaty, but we don't need to wait for international treaty. Each country can make decisions, and that's what we did. As Chile's former president, both my administration, we established marine parks and protected areas to safeguard our coastline, marine life, and the communities that depend on them. At the beginning of my government, only 4% of Chile's exclusive economic zone was protected. By the end, that number has risen to 43%. So it was not 30 to 30. It was before 2030. And now it's 45%. So we work hand in hand with fishermen and women because their involvement was key. We showed that it's possible to balance ocean protection with livelihoods. Chile proved to the world another thing that I think is important, because sometimes it's used as an excuse. You don't need to be a wealthy country to protect the environment. You need political will. And today, more than ever, we need bold and committed leaders to stand up for the oceans. I also promoted Chile's active participation and leadership at the international level to place the protection of the ocean at the center of multilateral debates, aware that only together we will be able to find a solution that will allow us to protect, safeguard, and make sustainable use of them. The experience and good practices we heard today from different stakeholders and perspectives should keep us optimistic. Sometimes it's difficult to remain optimistic, isn't it? But I always try to remember what Archbishop Desmond Tutu said, I'm a prisoner of hope. Because I think when you have a difficult task, we need to have hope. But the hope is that if we can work all together, we might find the solution and the strength to be able to change things. I think that if we work on the spirit of cooperation, achieving a sustainable use of the ocean, enabling the development and well-being of coastal communities are attainable goals. I would like to refer to one of the main achievements that have been reached within this multilateral dialogue, namely the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ. This instrument will allow for the protection of the high seas through the establishment of marine protected areas based on scientific data and international cooperation. I call on all states to ratify the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ, treaty by June 9th, 2025. Chile was one of the first countries to ratify this treaty because we recognize that protecting the high seas is essential for the future of our country and our planet. In this sense, I completely endorse the commitments of the SOS Ocean Manifesto in the establishment of an international framework for the ocean based on the rule of law, security, peaceful and integrated governance, and an ambitious agenda. I also want to emphasize the manifesto's third commitment: conserve, protect, restore, educate. We must ensure that the protection of exclusive economic zones increases from 8.5% today, but from that 8.5, we all know that only 3% are under effective protection, to at least 12% by UNOC3, and that we meet the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework target of 30% by 2030, with 1/3 under strict protection. Also, destructive activities such as bottom trawling must be banned in marine protected areas by 2030. Until then, a moratorium must be put in place to prevent the issuance of new bottom trawling permits. We need to fight for that. We can no longer take, and particularly what Ambassador was mentioning earlier on the geopolitical situation right now, this is really something urgent. We can no longer take our oceans for granted. Every day we delay action, we inflict major and sometimes even irreversible damage. We must act now to protect our exclusive economic zones, the high seas and the deep seabed. The Nice conference offered an historic opportunity to chart an ambitious and engaging roadmap for ocean protection over the next 5 years. I call upon world leaders not to miss the opportunity to reach an agreement that allows for an effective protection of our oceans. As the manifesto declares, we, the people of Earth, must decisively choose the ocean today. Decisively, urgently, and without hesitation, let's choose the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bachelet. I don't know if I can be here, but we would like to hear the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, who has honored us by your presence, Your Excellency. Please come on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Serene Highness, Madam Bachelet, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to address this distinguished gathering when the global community is called upon to unite as never before in response to the ocean's urgent and collective call for action. I extend my sincere appreciation to the government of France, the Oceano Azul Foundation, and Bloomberg Philanthropies for convening this timely dialogue ahead of the 3rd UN Ocean Conference in Nice. The outcomes of this meeting will undoubtedly help shape an ambitious Nice Ocean Action Plan. The ocean is at the heart of the Earth's ecological balance, regulating the climate, sustaining biodiversity, supporting food systems, and securing the livelihood of billions. Yet, today, the ocean is under increasing pressure from climate change, pollution, overexploitation, and biodiversity loss. These interconnected challenges demand integrated global responses. 𝗂𝗏𝗲 must move beyond pledges and serve as a turning point for transformative, inclusive, and accountable ocean action. Sri Lanka is an island nation in the heart of the Indian Ocean, and we recognize that the ocean is not only our natural heritage, but also our lifeblood, economy, and shared future. With an exclusive economic zone of over 517,000 square kilometers, our waters host rich biodiversity, coral reefs, seagrass meadows, and mangroves, and sustains the livelihoods of millions. Madam Bachelet, you talked about hope and the importance of hope, and I think Sri Lanka is positioned to offer that hope because our people have gambled on hope. And this is the biggest message I think that we can share with the world today, the need for hope and that you can mobilize on hope and make a difference. However, like many coastal nations, we face complex and urgent challenges, including climate impact, ecosystem degradation, and plastic pollution. In responding to these pressures, we have placed ocean conservation at the very center of our national agenda. As the current chair of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, Sri Lanka advocates for enhanced regional cooperation on biodiversity protection, plastic pollution, and building a resilient blue economy. The Express Pearl disaster that occurred off the coast of Sri Lanka was the largest marine plastic spill in history. In response to this, we have strengthened our national oil spill contingency plan, enhanced early warning systems, and reinforced regional coordination for pollution response. Plastic pollution remains a significant concern. Sri Lanka has banned single-use plastic, adopted extended producer responsibility EPR schemes, and actively participates in global negotiations towards a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. We are proud of our achievements in ecosystem restoration. In addition to our lead country status in the UN and the Commonwealth in mangrove restoration, we are proud to have championed the successful UN General Assembly resolution proclaiming World Seagrass Day on 1st March, thus underscoring the critical role of seagrass in biodiversity conservation and climate resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to advance a sustainable blue economy aligned with our National Adaptation Plan and the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We are among the first in the region to enact a National Hydrographic Act, empowering our National Hydrographic Office to support safe navigation, ocean mapping, and marine spatial planning, key tools for sustainable ocean governance. In continuing our support of global governance, we are pleased to have become a signatory to the historic Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or BBNJ, this February, and I understand the significance of this and the importance of this in my brief moment here. So many of you have spoken to me about this, thus reaffirming our commitment to safeguarding marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach 𝗂𝗏𝗲, Sri Lanka stands ready to work with all partners to place the ocean at the heart of the global sustainability agenda. We urge the acceleration of SDG 14, Life Below Water, implementation with measurable and time-bound outcomes. We call for consensus on a strong, inclusive global plastics treaty and greater investment in ocean science, particularly for developing countries. Finally, we commend President Emmanuel Macron for his dynamic leadership in highlighting the need to act decisively and accelerate integrating climate and ocean initiatives. Let us seize this moment to forge durable, equitable, and science-based solutions that uphold the health of our oceans, the dignity of our coastal communities, and the resilience of our planet. Thank you very much.
J'ai peur de ne pas bien comprendre l'anglais. I'm very weak in English. You mentioned that Sri Lanka will ratify before Nice. I think so, no? Before Nice? Ask. We ask you. We pray you. And I'm sure you or your president will be in Nice as well. So we are lucky because we have chosen Nice, also because Monaco is not far. And it's not for geographical reasons. Even there will be a boat from the Blue Economy and Finance Forum leaving Monaco at 1 o'clock after lunch, going to Nice by boat. It's because your incredible commitment for so many years. You were alone. You are the only one. Now it's no more the case, but you are still the best. Mr. Macron is arriving later on, so it's... Please, Monseigneur, le Prince Albert de Monaco.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Présidente, Madame Bachelet, Madame Prime Minister, Président Costa, Excellences, Monsieur le maire de Nice, cher Christian Estrosi, Dr. Sylvia Earle, Your Deepness, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will start, well, there's so many friends in the room that I cannot identify or single out many of you, but I will say, echoing the words of Bertrand Piccard, Captain Paul Watson, it's great to have you back with us. Thank you for being here. Thank you. SOS Océan, comment mieux exprimer la situation dans laquelle nous nous trouvons que par ce code inventé par l'Américain Samuel Morse en 1838. Ce code inventé pour alerter sur un risque vital en mer. Derrière cet acronyme, il y a une urgence, mais il y a aussi une éthique. Tout navire recevant ce message d'un autre navire doit se dérouter. L'exigence de responsabilité et de solidarité doit primer sur toute autre considération. Aujourd'hui, notre navire, c'est notre planète. C'est l'océan qui recouvre plus de 2/3 de sa surface et qui représente plus de 97% de sa biodiversité, et qui risque de sombrer sous nos yeux sans que globalement nous lui portions secours. Les constats effectués année après année, nous l'avons vu ce matin par la communauté scientifique, sont pourtant accablants. Rising sea temperatures, ocean acidification, overfishing, destruction of the seabed, the extreme risks of intensification of extractive activities, different pollutions, all these factors are driving a devastating loss of marine biodiversity and progressively draining the ocean of life. Beyond this, the entire balance, the entire equilibrium of our planet and of the ocean is at stake. And this disruption is destabilizing the climate as a whole, where the ocean serves as a key regulator, as I think we all know. In the face of these findings, we saw a glimmer of hope rise right here in Paris 10 years ago. For the first time, COP21 on climate made the ocean a key issue, dedicating specific discussions to its protection. However, today, much of that hope has faded. The sense of urgency has only grown. We have recently seen the IPCC fail to agree on a simple program of works under pressure from states increasingly unwilling to support its independence and research. We are witnessing drastic finding cuts to scientific research in many countries. Scientists themselves are being directly attacked, yet their work has never been more crucial for our planet. We see growing difficulties in advancing international negotiations on climate, biodiversity, and plastics, or in implementing agreements already reached, such as the BBNJ agreement. But we had some great news just a few minutes ago. This year, 2025, will be marked by major milestones, one of the most critical being the third United Nations Conference on the Ocean, which will be organized by France in Nice and co-hosted by Costa Rica, of course. And, you know, Nice is our neighbors, just a few kilometers down the coast from the Principality of Monaco, where an economic and blue finance event will take place, the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, and I hope you will be able to join us there as well. Sadly, these events will not be held under the best of circumstances, given the current climate of resignation and retreat. And yet, I choose to believe that the situation is neither final nor irreversible, because while governments may turn their backs on the realities that unite us, other forces are rising. NGOs continue their invaluable work on the ground. They persist in raising awareness, mobilizing and driving action. Scientists remain committed to their essential research despite the obstacles that they face. Increasingly aware economic and finance leaders are engaging in the blue economy, whose vast potential is now widely acknowledged. Public awareness is growing. More and more men and women like us are recognizing the deterioration of our seas and taking a stand. Thanks to them and with them, I believe that we can still turn things around. Thanks to all those who continue to fight alongside them, we must still believe in progress. And we must not forget that those who seem to be standing in its way today were once its strongest allies, and maybe again tomorrow. I've just spoken about the major international milestones ahead. I'd like to emphasize on the growing economic prospects that are emerging, powerful levers to engage as many people as possible, demonstrating that our shared future cannot exist without a healthy ocean. That is why Monaco will host the Blue Economy and Finance Forum that I just mentioned as a prelude to the Nice conference. And we'll do so, of course, in close partnership with France and Costa Rica, and alongside those who are willing to join us to convince, to innovate, to inspire, to save our common ship. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, SOS, Save Our Souls, Sauver nos âmes. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui, c'est bien de cela qu'il s'agit. À travers la question des océans, l'exigence qui nous fait face est fondamentale. Elle est de changer notre manière de penser pour devenir moins égoïste, de changer nos manières de vivre pour les rendre plus responsables, de changer nos priorités pour protéger les générations futures. C'est une urgence vitale pour nous tous, avant qu'il ne soit trop tard, avant que notre océan et notre monde ne fassent naufrage. Je vous remercie.
Monseigneur, merci beaucoup pour ces mots. Une très grande profondeur, Your Highness, and we are transiting to deepness, as you said, and with your very deep words. With her deepness, Sylvia Earle, if you would like to come on stage, with Naina, if you are somewhere, you're here to join us. Perhaps we could lend you a seat to listen to you react on this manifesto that Monseigneur just now spoke about, this call of SOS Ocean, which you have gone through. Sylvia, please have a seat if you prefer. And Naina, thank you. You have to tell us about your objects that you have brought to us. Please welcome. Give them a round of applause, please. Sylvia, would you like to start?
a tremendous honor for me to be here to speak on behalf of the ocean to this very distinguished assemblage of sea creatures. All of us are, after all, as dependent on the ocean as any shark or whale or coral reef. This is a moment in time. You know, occasionally the planets align. It seems we are at one of those moments. As never before could we know what is now known. As never again will we have a chance as good as what we now have to change this trajectory of planetary decline to recovery, to find a place for ourselves within the natural, mostly blue, living systems that make not only our prosperity possible, but our very existence. So we heard today from Johan Rockström. We've heard many speak about the planetary boundaries, about the danger that is just on the horizon if we fail to take action based on what we know we need to do. Perilously close to tipping in the wrong direction, or perilously close to shifting in the other direction, not just in terms of what we can do to alter this trajectory of decline, but to change the way we think, to get out of the complacency that is holding us back from taking the action we know we must do. You heard today from Vice President Gore. I knew Al Gore when he was Senator Gore. He was the chair of the committee that, for whatever reasons, decided to confirm me as the chief scientist of NOAA back in 1990. We've heard today about how really since the 1990s, we have been accelerating change in the wrong direction. Accelerating. Actually, from the beginning of our existence on Earth, we have been consuming from nature in a way that most creatures, maybe all other creatures, do not. In nature, there is no waste. In nature, there's no excess. We invented those concepts. We have to live with them, but so does the rest of life on Earth. The good news is, knowing what we now know that our predecessors could not. No one had been high in the sky to look back on Earth when I was a child. No one had been to the deepest part of the ocean to see that it is a living system, top to bottom. I've been privileged in my time to witness using technologies that didn't exist until right about now, to explore the ocean, to see what is beneath the surface, to really develop a sense of respect and caring for life in the sea that we did not know before because we could not know before. So fast forward to 1990. One of the very first things that I was able to do serving at NOAA was to assemble an international group in Hawaii to consider what could be done about the high seas. This is before the international law of the sea had been ratified. It was before there was such a thing as the International Seabed Authority, before there were regional fisheries management areas. It seemed a moment in time then, if we could just come together before vested interests claimed stakes in the high seas, maybe, just maybe, we could come together to protect the high seas, to safeguard the global commons. Imagine if we had taken action then. Imagine if we fail to take action now. Because there are those who want to really take what, if it belongs to anybody, maybe it's the whales. If it belongs to anybody, it belongs to everyone, not just those few vested interests who would turn nature into commodities for short-term use. When we need the natural systems, not just for our prosperity, but for our very existence. We can talk about how many people rely on the ocean for their economic benefit, or how many people are relying on the ocean to consume wildlife by the ton. But 100% of us, 100% of life on Earth depends on the existence of maintaining the ocean chemistry, ocean temperature within a fairly narrow range when you look at the universe beyond, where the conditions are not, suitable for life as we know it. We might set up housekeeping on Mars for a small number of humans, but what about 8 billion of us or more that are on the horizon? When I arrived on Earth, there were only 2 billion people. So I have witnessed a time when, as our numbers have increased, all those other creatures on the planet, that fabric of life, has significantly decreased. Fewer birds, fewer insects, fewer of almost everything, trees, fish. This is a time when we have the power that whales do not have. They're not at the table here, by the way. Where are they? I sat on the International Whaling Commission for 4 years, where the discussions were how many whales can be killed and still have whales to kill. There was no real voice for whales alive. They're still not at these meetings, neither are the tunas or the krill or other creatures. This manifesto that we have constructed, we humans, is a giant step in the right direction for showing respect for our fellow citizens upon whom our existence depends. The people of the Pacific are not well represented here either. We need to be mindful that it's a kind of arrogance for us to think that we get to make the rules. And mindful that because of the power we have to alter the nature of nature right now, we must respect the impact that the rules we make will really be taking us and the rest of life on Earth in a positive direction. We need to think of the ocean as our life support system and to treat it as if our lives depend on it, because they do.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me give you this lady.
Oh. Bravo. That was beautiful. Thank you very much. Before I ask Nena to react, I have to say, at your request, Sylvia, a few words of the manifesto. We're not going to read it here because, first of all, it was you who constructed it, and it's not my job to read your manifesto. However, this SOS Ocean is an ocean call for global decision makers, saying that the time to act is now. It's urgent to change course. And 70 days before 𝗲𝗃𝗲, that was the purpose for bringing us all together here with Oceano, Azul and Bloomberg and other partners, is to make this historical choice. There was 5 points which you have addressed and shared with the leaders, including the Prince, your Serenissime Highness, and also President Emmanuel Macron, asking we, the global citizens, cannot accept political declarations without consequences, demanding action, act for the ocean, act with the ocean, and act in the ocean. So that's the right way that you address, Naina, your own initiatives and your own engagement, and we would like to hear you acting in the ocean.
Thank you.
Wherever you feel comfortable.
Yeah. Hello, Mike Kako. My name is Nainoa Thompson, and I'm from the Hawaiian Islands in the middle of the Pacific. And halfway around the world, by the way, in a different ocean, our ocean. I've been asked, and I'm always honored and blessed to have any moment of time with Dr. Sylvia Earle. And she's my mentor, my teacher, my inspiration, and my navigator. And so the request was to present the manifesto. Therefore, I don't know you in this room. I know some. Thank you. But I want to thank you for coming together and putting together a document that's, for us, it's a sail plan. Your manifesto to us is a sail plan to heal the earth. I am from the Pacific. That is my home. The ocean is my home. But when I looked at who this room is, and I looked at what my request was, I did not feel adequate to present the manifesto. I had to have the people of the Pacific present it. So permit me to bring them into this room, because they're very important to the equation of success. And I went to, I'm a student of traditional navigation, been sailing for 50 years. And the core of the remembering, because everybody else forgot, we know extinction. We know extinction when you forget too much and you can't recover it, you can't get it back, and it hurts. But there was a miracle in Hawaii and in Polynesia. There were no navigators when I was born. They're all gone. But there was a handful of navigators in Micronesia, extraordinary place. So I went to my school. It's a school of Woriang on the tiny island of Satawal in the Western Carolines. Mile and a quarter long, half-mile wide, no lagoon. So all the big powers, never with the Spanish and the Germans and the Japanese and Americans, said, wait, that island has no value, leave it alone. So the school stayed intact. And so all it needed for us to do is want to learn and recover and renew. And so there was a long history. About 50 years ago, about 2 weeks ago, 50 years ago, 1975, the first deep sea voyaging canoe was launched in Hawaii. But it needed the teacher. The teacher came from Satawal, a name that is something that we will never forget. His name is Piailuk. His nickname is Mao, means to be fierce, master navigator. I contacted the island of Satawal to talk to the chiefs and the senior navigators there. Could I take the manifesto and present it to the president? Do I have permission? Because if it's just me, it's not enough. So the school said yes, 100%. And then I went to all of our top students from that school in Micronesia that have been actually graduated for the first time in 4,000 years outside of Micronesia, Polynesians that came and trained from Mao with 28 years. Humbly, they're the greatest navigators. I contacted them all before I came here to make sure that I had permission. And these top navigators are the biggest country in the world, 10 million square miles, 2.5 times bigger than the United States. And I checked with them to see, I needed 100% consensus to be able to do what you asked, to present the manifesto. So my point is, this is not from me. This is from Pacific people, the top greatest navigators, our schools. And I will say, though, with the little time we had to work to try to unify by communicating the Pacific Islanders, 100% of the people in the community of Satawal and 100% of all the senior navigators have blessed the fact for me to be here to pass their message on to you. And so I'm just carrying that message. And the message is to you to understand how we view our home, the Pacific. And I'm going to argue that if you want to protect the oceans, you have to protect the Pacific Oceans. And there's a reason for that. It occupies 1/3 of the surface of the Earth. It has more water than all the rest of the oceans put together. It's about 2 miles deep. And the square miles of the Pacific Ocean are 64 million square miles of water. But Sylvia has corrected me. It's not the square footage that's important. It's the volume. If you take the average depth is more than 2 miles, then you double that. That's 128 million cubic miles of water in the Pacific. And in this nation of Pacific people, there's 25,000 islands. And think about a legacy and a genealogy of 4,000 years of people learning how to live on islands. And if they didn't survive, they wouldn't be here today, but they are. And they are a legacy, bottom line, of survival. They're a legacy of sustainability. They're a legacy of adapting to change. They've been through little ice ages. They've been through other kinds of changes, and they're still here. What I'm getting at is that these Pacific people on these islands, every island has a genealogy and a story 4,000 years old about their relationship to the oceans. I'm going to advocate for them that their stories need to be understood because their culture is based on that relationship of sustainability to the oceans. They've been through everything that we're going through, but not at the accelerated rate we're looking at now. And so that's why they have a piece of the equation. And so on behalf of them, I wanted to if it's possible, to give gifts from my home to the President, Macron. When he comes, okay. These gifts are, I asked Sylvia to present him the 𝗲𝗲𝗲𝗲, yeah?
I suggest we do that after
Okay.
the sequence.
Okay. So I step down?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll continue waiting for the president to arrive with this sequence on engagement, or actually we'll continue the engagement that we have started with our next two, I won't say speakers, but our next two ocean divers or ocean people like you, Naina. I'm just looking for the next slide, which is going to help us navigate to the next session while your images are arriving. Just give me 1 minute. I don't want to get you wrong on your presentation. Where is it? Luna, help me. Been doing this since yesterday night. Lewis, why don't you just come and introduce yourself? Lewis Pugh, under your applause. Thank you very much. The slides are going to be on. I think you're the best to introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm happy to introduce myself, but are the slides coming? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. It's wonderful to be here
Today, I want to speak to you about my sport. And let me start off by saying that Ernest Hemingway, who was no stranger to this city, used to say that there are only 3 sports: bullfighting, car racing, and mountain climbing. The rest, he said, were merely games. I am sure that even the great Ernest Hemingway would add swimming in Antarctica to that list. But the reason why I swim in these places is to highlight what is happening there, and then afterwards I work to try and get them protected. Here, for example, is a photograph of me swimming down a river in Antarctica. It was created by the melting of the ice sheet. However, today I want to speak to you about a place much closer to home. I want to speak to you about swimming across the English Channel. So swimming from England to France. It's the most famous swim in the world, and no matter where you have swum, people will always ask you, have you swum the English Channel? Now, most swims across the channel start very, very early in the morning. And the reason for that is because the French coast is in some places rocky, and so they want you to finish in daylight. And it takes 3 people to get across the channel. The first, obviously, is the swimmer. Then there's the coach who's got to motivate you and feed you. And then there is a captain who has got to steer you across to France. Now, the tragedy is that many people swim all the way across the English Channel. They swim for 12 or for 15 hours, and they are so close. They are within a few hundred meters of France, and then they give up. Why? Well, the reason is quite simple, and that is that the tide has turned, and now there's a current pulling them away from the French coast, and it is so strong, it's impossible to fight. They are too cold, they're too tired, it's all over. What is my message to you today? Well, the first is very, very obvious, and that is that if we're going to properly protect our oceans, we all need to work together. Governments, businesses, scientists, and environmental charities. None of us can do this alone. This is a team effort. And so we must really focus on how we can help each other. Second, so much progress has been made in recent years, and I feel we are getting closer and closer to France. But we live in very strange times, and now the tide has turned. And many charities, and I'm specifically thinking about some of the smaller ones, the ones doing some of the most critical work on the ground and in the sea, they're being forced to close due to a lack of funding. For those of us who run these organizations, please help us financially. Help us get the job done. And then my third point is about peace. You know, when we damage the environment, we create conditions which are ripe for conflict. People fight over limited resources. But when we protect the environment, we foster peace. And peace is a beautiful thing. For centuries, we've not only been fighting over the environment, but also fighting against the environment. We must learn to make peace with nature. And only when we stop fighting against it and start protecting it, can we all safely get to the other side. Let me end off by just saying this, that every generation has an opportunity to change the world, to make it safer, to make it more just, and to make it sustainable. And we must be that generation. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you all very, very much.
Please. I would like to say that so Lewis is an endurance swimmer, the UN patron for the ocean that everybody knows, but I still want to do justice to first your presentation and who you are. You made history by becoming the first person to complete long-distance swim in every ocean of the world. You were also the first to swim across the North Pole, that you showed us images of, and you were the first to swim the length of the English Channel, not the width, but the length of 528 kilometers. Is that right?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to call on stage another fantastic and inspiring engagement who is 𝗲𝗃𝗧. And please come on stage and you will say better than me what do you actually do and commit for the ocean. And thank you for your fantastic contribution. 𝗲𝗃𝗧, please.
𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗧 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗧. My name is 𝗲𝗃𝗧. I am a 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗧. I thank you for witnessing me today. I belong to the 𝗲, the northernmost waters of the Salish Sea and the Pacific Ocean. I belong to the 𝗲𝗄, the land of dense cedar rainforests, coastal mountains, islands and water systems that cycle the salmon between fresh and salt waters, like blood circulating through our veins. Which means to equal measure that I both love and need my land. I'm standing here today to enact my responsibility to this love and need inherited from my ancestors. I understand that the fulfillment of this responsibility requires transformational action, resistance, and solidarity to address the driving force destroying our oceans, which is colonialism. Our youth have been born into a time of unprecedented extraction of our lands by colonial powers, lining their pockets with our future generations' inheritance. We are salmon people that belong to the 5th generation that has never eaten salmon from our ancestral river of 𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃. 𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗃, once one of the richest salmon-bearing rivers on the West Coast, was dammed to power a pulp mill that consumed our ancient forests. Our oceans have been bled, underwater mountains bombed, and industrial fisheries have decimated fish populations under the permission of colonial regulations that prioritize industry over life. In the span of 150 years, we have witnessed the near total annihilation of the life systems we have sustained over many millennia, and we've faced near annihilation alongside our land. I speak from the experience of my lineage when I say that indigenous genocide is always a condition of ecocide. They are one and the same. What has happened to us is not just an attack on a single community or ecosystem, it is an assault on the very foundations of life itself. Human beings are not separate from Mother Earth, we belong to it. The salmon are our lifeblood, and if they die, so do we. This is a core truth to our way of life. Indigenous peoples may be the first to suffer the impacts, but we won't be the last. We are not here to fight for a mere percentage of survival. We are fighting for the survival of all that we are and all there is. We are still here, but the threats we face today stretch far beyond our territories because water knows no borders. To the south, fossil fuel projects like the newly constructed Trans Mountain Pipeline not only threaten the extinction of wild salmon in our Salish Sea, but also accelerate climate chaos. This is just one of many projects in British Columbia forced through Indigenous lands without consent. Over the last 5 years, I have witnessed Indigenous water protectors who stand up against these unlawful invasions being met with police brutality and criminalization, enforced by a militarized unit created by the Canadian government to police Indigenous communities and safeguard industry interests. The very name says it all, the Community Industry Response Group. Since I was a child, solutions in transition economies have been discussed at global forums like at the United Nations. But the reality on the ground back home is that instead of transition, we are witnessing an escalation, an increase in violence against our waters, our people, and especially our women. Settler governments now exploit political uncertainty to push more LNG projects through unceded territories. What's being framed as a transition is just the same destructive agenda with a new label. You may have heard the statistic, 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is protected by indigenous people. What this truly means is that we are the last guardians of life systems facing down a desperate machine. Right now, indigenous peoples are standing up and being jailed and killed for protecting their waters. Colonialism is the fuel of the climate crisis, not the solution. There's no shortcut or path forward to save our oceans and planet without ending the conditions of colonialism. We have run out of time to treat the symptoms. We have run out of time for nation states to find new ways to mask themselves so they can continue to exploit their former colonies instead of addressing colonial legacies. The extraction of the world through colonial-era systems needs to stop. There needs to be redress and empowerment of communities that live close to the land and in their original place. Citizens living in the heart of colonial powers must transform their habits, their way of life, to end their dependence on the destruction of indigenous lands and to safeguard the oceans that sustain us all. The most urgent solution to the climate crisis is to end the conditions of indigenous genocide, end the conditions of occupation, and to support the leadership of peoples who still remember and uphold another way of being. I'm going to share some of the Women's Warrior song composed by Martine Pierre to honor the indigenous women warriors and the defenders of water across the earth who are fighting for their future. I dedicate this to the indigenous women and youth everywhere on the front lines of occupation, genocide, and ecocide, who continue to hold new worlds and bring forward a vision of the future. I dedicate it to the women of Palestine and to our Mother Earth.
That's worth a standing ovation. While we welcome our president. Thank you very much, Takaya. We're preparing a message. There is a message in a bottle which came across the sea and which is a surprise for all of us, including our president, that Mr. Harrison Ford has sent in this message in a bottle. Just wait a minute, please.
Wait a minute for the video.
La vidéo.
Waiting for a minute for the video.
Greetings from Los Angeles. I'm grateful for this opportunity and humbled to be speaking to the same room as legends in the ocean space such as Sylvia Earle and Violette Durand.
Harrison is coming back. Okay.
Milieu.
Va dire là-bas. Va leur dire montre.
Je vais dire bonjour, Président.
Ah oui, ça.
Si tu me permets.
Oui,
Hein?
Ok, merci. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, Paris est éclairé par la Tour Eiffel depuis hier, Tour Eiffel en bleu, grâce à la maire de Paris. Nous avons le beau temps qui est nécessaire à la traversée que nous allons mener jusqu'à Nice, que vous allez mener avec votre homologue du Costa Rica. Je tiens à saluer l'ambassadrice du Costa Rica qui est ici présente. Et puis, nous avons souhaité, grâce à Oceano Azul, la fondation, mais aussi Bloomberg Philanthropies, organiser ce moment d'alerte. Vous avez souhaité pouvoir y participer, répondre à ce manifeste qui a été publié ou qui va l'être, je crois, juste après votre intervention, qui alerte sur les principales questions qui seront posées par la conférence des Nations Unies sur l'océan. Et nous avons un petit message de quelqu'un qui devait être avec nous et qui voulait vous adresser un petit message. Et on va pouvoir le voir. Et puis après, nous serons évidemment heureux de pouvoir vous accueillir. Je crois que tout ce qui s'est dit ce matin, l'attente est grande. Al Gore a répété, d'autres dirigeants, combien le leadership politique était absolument essentiel pour que cette conférence de Nice soit un vrai grand succès pour l'océan. Voilà. Voilà, thank you.
Greetings from Los Angeles. I'm grateful for this opportunity and humbled to be speaking to the same room as legends in the ocean space, such as Sylvia Earle and Violette d'Orange. I've never explored the ocean floor or circumnavigated the seas, but I have been alive for 82 years, and I've spent 35 of them working with Conservation International, fighting for nature and people. I've seen opinion ebb and flow. I've seen leaders come and go. I've watched my generation drop the ball time and time again. Warnings unheeded, promises unfulfilled. But I am inspired by this new cohort of leaders like President Macron, who has supported landmark conservation efforts around the world on land and sea. The SOS Oceans Manifesto is the most ambitious call to action in recent memory, to protect the high seas and the ocean floor, to end the stream of poisons into the world's waters, to take only what we need and leave the rest for those that come after us. I hope we can answer that call. There is no more room for distractions and no time for delay. There is no one else coming to save us. This is it. We are it. Let's get to work.
Merci de mettre la lumière et d'ouvrir pour que la lumière de Paris revienne. Si vous voulez bien lever les rideaux. Merci. Kindly. Voilà. Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, président de la République française.
Votre Altesse Sérénissime, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Président du Conseil, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'OCDE, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames les ambassadrices, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames, Messieurs les parlementaires, Monsieur le maire de Nice, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités, chers amis, je suis très heureux d'être parmi vous. Je vous le dis sincèrement, parce qu'il y a parfois des rendez-vous obligés, mais vous le savez, pour ceux qui m'accompagnent depuis quelques années, le sujet de nos mers, de nos océans m'est cher. Et je retrouve à chaque fois cette cohorte de visages amis, formidables exploratrices, explorateurs, scientifiques, engagés, activistes, militants. Et chacune et chacun, à travers les continents, vous portez cette cause qui inspire, continue d'inspirer. Et je crois qu'on vient de le voir avec les quelques mots à l'instant d'Harrison Ford. Donc merci à vous d'être là. Et excusez-moi de ne pas avoir pu être avec vous depuis hier soir, mais je voulais en tout cas venir passer ces quelques instants à vos côtés. Alors hier soir à 21h, la Tour Eiffel s'est illuminée en l'honneur de l'océan pour la première fois de son existence, afin de porter aux yeux du monde votre message d'attention toute particulière, ce SOS Océan. Et ce que vous incarnez là pour préparer notre conférence est essentiel. Je veux dire toute ma gratitude à la Fondation Oceano Azul, organisatrice de ce si précieux moment de SOS Océan, et mes remerciements à son président et à son directeur général. Merci, José Suarez et Thiago. L'urgence, je crois que ici, je n'ai pas besoin de la plaider. Vous êtes toutes et tous convaincus de celle-ci. Et la mobilisation, au fond, a commencé en 2022. On était ensemble avec, à l'époque, le Premier ministre Antonio Costa, avec l'UNOC 2 à Lisbonne, où beaucoup de choses ont été lancées. Ensuite, il y a eu le One Ocean Summit à Brest, à l'occasion de la présidence française de l'Union européenne. Et dans la continuité de ce mouvement, on a pu relancer la conclusion de l'accord sur la gouvernance de la haute mer, le fameux BBNJ, j'y reviendrai, accompagner les acteurs du transport maritime dans leur engagement pour trouver des carburants durables et annoncer aussi nos premières grandes aires marines protégées. Depuis, la mobilisation n'a pas cessé. À la COP 15, dans le cadre mondial pour la biodiversité, un objectif commun a été validé, protéger 30% de nos terres et de nos mers. Fin 2022, nous avons annoncé un engagement fort pour la France, tout faire pour interdire l'exploitation minière des grands fonds marins, puisque nous n'avons pas la connaissance scientifique nécessaire sur ces trésors de biodiversité que nous devons à tout prix protéger. Alors, nous savons tout l'engagement qu'il y a derrière et la nécessité, en effet, pour nous qui avons le deuxième domaine maritime du monde, la responsabilité qui incombe à la France en matière de recherche, en matière d'exigence pour pouvoir avancer. C'est dans cet esprit que nous avons décidé, avec le Costa Rica, d'accueillir ensemble à Nice en 2025 le sommet des Nations Unies pour les océans. Ce grand sommet des Nations Unies sera d'abord précédé par un grand forum de l'économie bleue. Il sera organisé à Monaco, et merci infiniment, Monseigneur, pour votre mobilisation. Il va rassembler entreprises, monde de la finance au service de l'économie bleue, avec une feuille de route très claire, innover, investir pour une économie bleue durable qui protège les écosystèmes marins et le grand rôle régulateur du climat qu'ont nos océans. Et en cela, vous êtes fidèles à l'engagement de la principauté de vos aïeux, et Monaco a toujours été aux avant-postes de ce combat de la connaissance, de la protection de notre biodiversité, de nos océans, et je vous suis très reconnaissant d'organiser ce sommet. Nous avons ensuite choisi de vous donner rendez-vous toute la première quinzaine de juin au bord de la Méditerranée à Nice. Cher Christian, dans cette magnifique métropole qui, des sommets enneigés jusqu'à la mer Méditerranée, a ce caractère unique au monde qu'a en effet Nice et que vous avez su transformer ces dernières années. Et notre Méditerranée est aussi porteuse de tant d'enjeux. Je le dis ici devant beaucoup d'entre vous qui sont ô combien engagés pour celle-ci. C'est 1% de la surface des mers, mais 10% de la biodiversité, 25% de passage du transport maritime mondial et près de 500 millions de riverains. Une mer en ébullition et affectée par de nombreux effets du changement climatique et de la pollution. Et donc, tenir ce sommet à Nice est ô combien important. Première conférence des Nations Unies que la France accueille sur son sol depuis la COP 21 en 2015. L'UNOC 3 doit tenir ses promesses de restauration de la nature comme de protection du vivant. Et ce rendez-vous est pour nous très important et je veux ici vous remercier toutes les femmes et les hommes qui portent cette mobilisation, parce qu'au fond, ces rendez-vous servent à cristalliser des résultats, à accélérer les choses, mais il ne serait pas possible sans le travail de nos scientifiques, de nos exploratrices et explorateurs, des formidables aventuriers que vous êtes, des ONG, des entreprises, des fondations qui sont ici mobilisées, évidemment de tout le réseau diplomatique. Alors je vais vous dire ce qu'on va essayer de faire à Nice. Et ici, en lançant la mobilisation, en accompagnant et en soutenant votre SOS, vous dire qu'on a 8 objectifs pour moi. Numéro 1, la haute mer. Je l'évoquais en parlant de BBNJ. C'est 64% de la surface de l'océan global. Plus de la moitié de la surface de la planète. Et cet océan ne peut plus être une zone de non-droit, ce qu'il était, jusqu'à ce qu'on finisse par parachever les négociations au sein des Nations Unies. En mars 2023, le traité sur la biodiversité au-delà de la juridiction nationale, dit BBNJ, a été finalisé aux Nations Unies et adopté le 19 juin de la même année. On a 110 États qui ont depuis signé ce traité majeur pour la survie de l'océan. L'objectif pour Nice, c'est d'avoir au moins les 60 ratifications qui lui permettront d'entrer en vigueur. Quand je dis ça, on n'y est pas encore, et avec le Costa Rica et Monaco, nous l'avons fait. Mais à ce jour, donc au 31 mars 2025, nous sommes à 21 pays qui ont ratifié ce traité. Donc, il y a encore un très gros travail à faire dans les quelques semaines qui viennent. Donc, nous devons redoubler d'efforts pour mobiliser largement. Le calcul simple suffit à voir qu'il y a beaucoup d'États européens qui ne l'ont pas encore fait. Donc, ça veut dire qu'on a du potentiel avec mon ami Antonio, mais qu'on a aussi beaucoup de partenaires qui sont souvent touchés directement par les conséquences. Et donc, nous devons obtenir ce résultat. Et j'en appelle à tous les États, qu'ils soient côtiers ou sans façade littorale d'ailleurs, de rendre possible un espace de gestion durable de la haute mer et de ses ressources, à travers la création d'aires marines protégées, d'études d'impact environnemental des activités engagées en haute mer, etc., etc. C'est un point clé et le premier objectif pour ce sommet. Le deuxième, c'est avoir une pêche durable. La mer nourrit, mais on doit garder ses équilibres et sa soutenabilité. L'océan est au cœur de notre souveraineté alimentaire. La loi française consacre la pêche d'intérêt majeur pour la nation, et c'est bien légitime, et nous avons beaucoup à faire, notamment pour regagner en souveraineté. Et cette reconnaissance, elle nous oblige aussi, car le constat est clair. Si nous ne mettons pas fin à la surpêche au niveau mondial, nous faisons face à un risque majeur d'effondrement des stocks qui mettront en péril tous ceux qui vivent de ce métier, mais aussi tous ceux qui dépendent en partie de la mer pour se nourrir. Alors notre Europe y prend toute sa part et nous avons fait des progrès majeurs. La France y participe. Il y a 25 ans, 10% des poissons débarqués étaient issus des stocks gérés durablement. En 2023, c'est près de 2 poissons sur 3 qui viennent de stocks en bon état ou reconstituables. Donc beaucoup de travail a été fait. Et nous le devons à la mobilisation de nos pêcheurs et de nos scientifiques. Et je veux remercier cette collaboration fructueuse qui est indispensable pour pouvoir relever un tel défi. Et donc nous continuerons à agir avec les pêcheurs pour réduire l'impact de la pêche sur les écosystèmes. Nous l'avons fait en européen en interdisant ces dernières années la pêche électrique, mais aussi l'utilisation des engins de fond dans nos écosystèmes marins vulnérables, ainsi qu'à très grande profondeur. Et donc nous continuerons là aussi pour obtenir de nouveaux résultats concrets, portés aussi par nos scientifiques en lien avec nos pêcheurs, pour améliorer justement ces résultats et permettre encore de mieux protéger nos fonds marins, en particulier dans les aires marines protégées. Pour faire face à ce défi, nous devons également avancer de manière décisive sur le sujet de la lutte contre la pêche illégale, illicite et non déclarée. Entre 10 et 20% de la production de poissons en est issue, ce qui est évidemment inacceptable. Alors, à l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, nous sommes nombreux à faire en sorte que l'accord qui mettra fin aux subventions à la pêche illégale soit ratifié pour Nice, ce qui est un autre objectif à cet égard. Je pense aussi à l'accord du Cap, au Port State Measure Agreement. Et j'appelle également la FAO à mobiliser tous les États sur les pratiques de pêche durable. Tous ensemble, nous devons développer une pêche de proximité, non destructrice des écosystèmes, des circuits courts, une aquaculture durable et penser la transition des flottes et arriver d'ici peu à ce que la pêche IAN, comme la surpêche, soit maîtrisée. Le troisième objectif, c'est d'atteindre, en tout cas de continuer à remobiliser sur les 30% de protection de nos océans. Toujours sur le sujet des processus multilatéraux, on s'était battu, on avait monté cette coalition, vous le savez, et l'objectif de Kunming-Montréal a été ainsi posé, protéger 30% de l'océan d'ici 2030, mais nous en sommes bien loin. Et depuis qu'on a posé cet objectif, qu'on s'est mobilisé avec plusieurs autres États membres, on est aujourd'hui à 8,5%. 8,5%. Alors nous appelons au pays pour qu'ils annoncent à Nice de nouvelles aires marines protégées. Fixons-nous le but d'atteindre les 12% de protection de nos zones économiques exclusives, voire les 15% d'ici l'UNOC. La France fera sa part, d'abord avec la création de nouvelles aires marines protégées. Rappelons-le, la France a d'ores et déjà 2 aires marines protégées dans le top 10 des plus grandes aires marines mondiales. On a vu avec la Fondation il y a quelques semaines, quand on était chez vous, Président, les aires formidables qui ont été faites dans les Açores aussi. Et nous continuerons donc cette mobilisation. Nous le ferons en renforçant le niveau de protection dans certaines de nos aires marines protégées déjà existantes, pour mieux encadrer certaines activités humaines ayant un fort impact sur la biodiversité. Le transport maritime, la pêche, les pollutions telluriques. Et ces aires marines protégées, qui sont souvent le berceau de la vie marine, ont des bénéfices économiques évidents. Elles permettent la reconstitution des stocks de poissons. Elles constituent des barrières naturelles contre la hausse du niveau des mers. Elles renforcent le potentiel de séquestration de nos océans, qui est, je le rappelle, le premier puits de carbone mondial. 4e objectif, c'est la décarbonation du transport maritime. Là-dessus, j'espère qu'à Nice, on pourra avoir des résultats vraiment tangibles. Et j'attends avec impatience les résultats des négociations qui se tiennent à l'Organisation maritime internationale et dont nous saurons dans 2 semaines si elles aboutissent à des mesures concrètes pour mettre en œuvre l'ambitieuse cible de la totale neutralité carbone en 2050. Mais c'est un sujet essentiel. Nous avions mobilisé il y a quelques années lors du G7 de Biarritz nos transporteurs maritimes. Il y a eu un travail très important qui a été fait et nous devrons aussi, en Européens, investir massivement pour soutenir la transition du secteur, notamment dans les carburants durables. Mais de l'électrification des ports à la transformation en effet de notre flotte, allant vers les carburants durables, le transport hydrogène et autres, c'est une révolution de tout le secteur. Et je veux saluer le travail fait par le cluster maritime français à cet égard, qui a été absolument remarquable et qui a été l'un des premiers au monde à présenter sa feuille de route pour la décarbonation. Mais aussi les grands armateurs qui s'étaient engagés à mes côtés à la COP29 à accélérer leur décarbonation. Et donc, vous le voyez, on joue beaucoup à l'OMI dans les prochaines semaines et je souhaite que ce soit un des objectifs clés de l'UNOC. 5e objectif, la lutte contre la pollution plastique. Là-dessus, soyons lucides, les derniers grands rendez-vous internationaux ont été des déceptions. Beaucoup de blocages, beaucoup d'anti-jeux, si je puis dire. Alors nous ferons également en sorte à Nice, sous la conduite de la ministre 𝗲𝗲𝗲 et de son homologue du Costa Rica, pour mobiliser les États les plus ambitieux en matière de lutte contre le plastique, dont on sait les ravages. J'ai été instruit par plusieurs d'entre vous dans leurs responsabilités. Au fond, quand le plastique arrive en mer, il est déjà trop tard. Et les microplastiques sont une catastrophe pour notre biodiversité, notre santé, animale et humaine. Et donc, c'est bien la prévention et donc la transformation de tout un usage du plastique, des filières en amont qu'il faut penser, organiser. On a beaucoup bougé nos lois ces dernières années, en Europe et en France, à cet effet. À chaque fois, on se heurte à beaucoup de résistance, mais on a raison de le faire et on a des premiers résultats. Mais là, il nous faut véritablement réussir à bouger les choses sur le plan international. Et donc, pour cela, il nous faudra poursuivre les négociations sur le traité plastique, avec des négociations qui se tiendront au tout début du mois d'août à Genève, qui sont un rendez-vous important. Et donc, j'espère que l'UNOC permettra d'accélérer cela et de reprendre le travail. Mais j'ai demandé qu'avant cela, nous ayons à l'échelle de la Méditerranée une mobilisation toute particulière et un engagement des États riverains de la Méditerranée pour préfigurer ce que pourrait être l'accord de Genève. Nous avons, en tant qu'État méditerranéen, une responsabilité toute particulière pour nous mobiliser avec nous les citoyens, les industriels, les collectivités, pour faire en sorte que la Méditerranée ne soit plus la mer dont on dit qu'elle est la plus polluée du monde. Et prévenir justement de la pollution plastique, c'est réduire, c'est supprimer l'usage des plastiques à usage unique, c'est progressivement sortir de cette chaîne, permettre le recyclage et préserver nos mers. Les autres pollutions chimiques, telluriques, doivent aussi être au cœur de nos objectifs à Nice. Je pense également aux sargasses. Rappelons ici que nos territoires ultramarins sont au cœur des solutions qui doivent être présentées avec les pays qui leur sont proches. Et je sais qu'en particulier, le Mexique est aussi prêt à s'engager fortement sur ce sujet. Nous n'oublions pas, bien sûr, les espèces marines menacées que nous travaillons en lien avec l'UICN et de nombreuses ONG à protéger. Le 6e objectif, ce sera la mobilisation de nouveaux financements. Nous travaillons en effet à mobiliser de nouveaux financements, y compris philanthropiques, pour construire une économie bleue durable, et c'est toute la continuité de Monaco à Nice. Merci à l'OCDE en particulier, à son secrétaire général, dont le rapport a été présenté ce matin. Il éclaire très bien l'économie de l'océan en 2050. Le secteur privé, qui est aussi largement engagé, plusieurs sont là, et des fondations qui ont été avant-gardistes sont ici présentes dans les solutions pour préserver notre océan et trouver un mode de financement de ces initiatives. L'océan est un support crucial d'investissement, tourisme bleu, énergie, régénération, biotechnologie, transport, y compris dans son développement vélique, port et pêcherie durable, qui comptent parmi nos cibles de travail. Et donc nous devons passer d'une logique de compensation à une logique de régénération intégrée et valoriser les services rendus par les écosystèmes marins dans les modèles économiques. Et à cet égard, tout le travail qui a été préparé par l'OCDE doit être consacré à Nice pour mobiliser ces financements. Le 7e objectif, c'est celui d'une lutte contre le changement climatique et les actions locales qui sont à déployer. En effet, à Brest, en 2022, nous avions, avec le précieux soutien de la plateforme Océan Climat, rassemblé un certain nombre de villes mondiales touchées par le phénomène d'élévation du niveau de la mer. Et avec ce soutien rénové de la plateforme Océan Climat, j'ai confié à Christian Estrosi la mission de créer cette grande coalition des villes et régions affectées par le sujet de la montée des eaux. Et le 7 juin, le maire de Nice accueillera 500 de ses homologues, maires, gouverneurs, élus, représentant quelques 800 millions de citoyens qui seront touchés d'ici la fin du siècle par cette dramatique conséquence du réchauffement thermique de la mer et de la fonte des calottes glaciaires du Groenland à l'Antarctique. C'est une mobilisation essentielle qui va permettre là aussi de déclencher des coopérations, mais également des mécanismes d'adaptation, des financements qui sont adaptés. Je mentionnerai aussi un cadre régional essentiel pour faire avancer la cause de l'océan, l'Union européenne. Et quand je parle des actions locales qui seront à mobiliser, notre Union européenne sera là, cher Antonio, et merci de ta présence depuis hier au sein de tous. En effet, votre engagement pour l'océan doit être notre boussole, Monsieur le Président. Et avec la présidente de la Commission, vous avez mobilisé l'ensemble des services. Et c'est un pacte européen pour l'océan qui sera présenté et qui permettra de réaffirmer l'océan comme l'atout stratégique et compétitif qu'il est pour nous, États membres. Nous avons le devoir d'en faire bon usage et montrer le chemin. Et vous le présenterez à Nice le 9 juin avec la présidente de la Commission. Et je n'oublie pas tout le travail qui a été fait ces dernières années, cher Pascal, avec une mobilisation des chercheurs, des financements européens, le jumeau numérique et tout ce que nous avons fait ces dernières années, qui est en quelque sorte, qui sont les fondations de ce pacte qui va venir le parachever. Ce pacte bleu, ce doit être un pacte d'investissement dans la protection de nos océans, investir dans les carburants durables, en européen, créer les filières permettant de remplacer peu à peu les énergies fossiles, investir dans l'électrification des ports, dans la recherche, dans l'innovation pour donner à notre communauté scientifique plus de moyens au service de la connaissance de nos océans. Ce doit aussi être un pacte de réciprocité pour nos pêcheurs qui doivent y trouver la protection légitime face à la concurrence des productions qui ne respectent pas les critères de durabilité, comme par exemple en matière de lutte contre les captures accidentelles de tortues dans la pêche à la crevette, pour ne prendre qu'un exemple parmi beaucoup d'autres. Et je le dis et j'insiste toujours sur ce point parce qu'il est souvent oublié et il sera à mon avis clé pour maintenir nos objectifs dans la durée. S'il n'y a pas de réciprocité de nos efforts climatiques, il n'y aura pas de durabilité de notre effort climatique parce que nous perdrons l'adhésion de nos producteurs. Et donc au moment où on demande des efforts à nos agriculteurs, nos industriels, nos pêcheurs, on doit les protéger et s'assurer qu'en quelque sorte, on crée des standards qui vont être progressivement opposables aux tiers. Sinon, je vous l'écris, ce qui se passera dans la décennie à venir, surtout compte tenu de l'attitude de quelques-uns, c'est qu'on reculera sous la pression de nos industries, ou sinon on régulera des choses qu'on ne produira plus, et donc on importera du bilan carbone et de la destruction de biodiversité faite ailleurs. Et donc, ce critère de réciprocité est clé. Enfin, le 8e enjeu, c'est la défense de la science. À Nice, nous saurons aussi rappeler notre attachement au travail scientifique et à une action publique fondée sur les résultats de la science. Je retrouve ici beaucoup d'amis des organismes scientifiques, français et internationaux. Et je le redis ici avec beaucoup de conviction, nous vivons aussi une période où beaucoup de grandes puissances stoppent leur financement vers les organismes de recherche publics, contestent la véracité des résultats établis scientifiquement. Et je vous le dis, ça va être très dur de faire des financements sur nos sujets si le mot de biodiversité est interdit des programmes de recherche, ou si diversité des poissons est interdit des programmes de recherche. C'est ce qui est en train de se passer. Françoise me l'expliquait l'autre jour encore dans le Conseil présidentiel scientifique. Il n'y a plus de financement américain quand ces mots sont dans un programme de recherche aujourd'hui. Et donc nous avons une responsabilité, Européens, mais nous tous ici, qui est de véritablement maintenir le financement d'une recherche académique, libre, pour le bien commun, mais qui permette aussi d'établir scientifiquement des résultats, et qui permettent, sur la base de ces faits établis, aussi de changer les pratiques. Ce qu'on a réussi à faire, on l'a fait parce qu'on a mis autour de la table, par exemple, des pêcheurs et des scientifiques. Ce que je veux qu'on puisse parachever sur nos aires marines protégées, on l'a fait parce qu'il y avait des scientifiques autour de la table, et il y aura des scientifiques autour de la table pour confronter quelque chose qui est établi scientifiquement. Et donc à Nice, nous devons rappeler cet engagement-là, et il ne doit pas y avoir d'action concernant l'océan qui ne soit éclairée par la science. Avec l'appui de l'IFREMER, du CNRS, l'UNOC 3 commencera du 3 au 6 juin par le One Ocean Science Congress, et tous nos organismes de recherche, évidemment, seront mobilisés autour. Cette conférence réunira 2000 scientifiques représentant des chercheurs d'une centaine de pays. Ce sera la première, je crois, à être ainsi adossée à une conférence des Nations Unies. Et je tiens également à remercier tout particulièrement Bruno David, dont l'excellent et très clair rapport sur l'exploitation des grands fonds marins conforte la position exprimée il y a 2 ans, et celle, je sais, poussée par beaucoup d'entre vous avec force, et celle d'un groupe grandissant d'États qui se mobilise derrière ce sujet. Mais c'était un sujet d'activistes, je parle sous votre contrôle, et c'est toujours vous qui m'avez convaincu. Elle est maintenant consolidée par la science et elle justifie qu'on continue à se mobiliser. Nous prenons donc véritablement, alors je choisissais les termes, mais nous on a été très clair, et j'ai été très clair dans mon expression pour la France. Les uns disent pause de précaution, les autres disent moratoire sur l'exploitation de ces grands fonds marins que nous ne connaissons pas suffisamment pour endosser un code minier. C'est une nécessité. Nous porterons cette position à l'Assemblée générale de l'Autorité internationale des grands fonds marins, qui se tiendra à Kingston, en Jamaïque, 1 mois après l'UNOC. Mais au fond, notre priorité, c'est une priorité scientifique. On doit connaître, on doit comprendre et on doit protéger. Et ensuite, on pourra créer un cadre, quel qu'il soit. Mais on ne peut pas créer quelque cadre que ce soit si on n'a pas d'abord compris et donc aussi exploré. C'est pour ça que pour moi, le combat inséparable de la connaissance scientifique, c'est le soutien que je continue d'apporter à tous nos explorateurs, à nos grands aventuriers et ceux qui vont continuer de lancer des missions d'excellence, que ce soit dans les grands fonds ou que ce soit vers les grands pôles. Et ils le savent, mon soutien. Enfin, à l'UNOC, nous proposerons également des rencontres qui mobiliseront de nombreux chefs d'État, de gouvernement présents, tous les partenaires, avec justement nos scientifiques. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, les 8 objectifs de l'UNOC. Je ne suis pas exhaustif et il y aura beaucoup d'autres actions, rendez-vous. Mais je veux qu'autour de ces principaux objectifs, nous puissions mobiliser nos énergies. Ça a été très bien dit tout à l'heure, personne ne trouvera la solution pour nous. Et au fond, c'est de l'intelligence collective, de la capacité à coopérer et de la volonté. Et parmi ces grandes missions scientifiques, puisque je terminais par là où certains pensent que l'avenir de l'humanité est de fuir sur Mars, un pays où parfois on n'arrive pas à gérer quelques kilomètres carrés de bandes côtières, pas très loin d'ici, nous nous sommes convaincus que Neptune est la bonne aventure qui permettra de mobiliser les chercheurs. Et donc Mars peut-être, mais pas à la place d'eux ou pas pour nous faire croire qu'il y aurait une planète de substitution. Il n'y a pas de planète B. On va tout faire et continuer de se battre pour la rendre vivable. Vivable, c'est permettre de tenir cet ordre international respectueux d'un humanisme éclairé, mais c'est aussi apprendre à vivre avec la planète, la nature, sa diversité, et le faire dans la durée. C'est aussi apprendre à la connaître. Et c'est ça, ce sommet de l'UNOC. Et donc, résolument oui, en tout cas Neptune avant Mars, puisqu'on pourra faire l'un puis l'autre. En tout cas, aujourd'hui, vous lancez de Paris ce SOS pour l'océan. Et donc, nous n'avons pas d'autre choix que d'être à la hauteur. Je sais que nous sommes attendus, que la France est attendue à côté du Costa Rica, que je remercie une fois encore, avec l'ensemble des États membres des Nations Unies, avec toutes celles et tous ceux qui ont l'océan à cœur. Et vous pouvez compter sur notre engagement plein et entier. En tout cas, moi, je vous remercie infiniment de vos travaux, de votre mobilisation, de votre énergie pour ce faire. Je compte sur vous de maintenant jusqu'à Nice et au-delà, et vous pouvez compter sur moi. Merci à tous.